Another gorgeous evening here in Baltimore at Camden Yards as we get set for the middle game of this three-game set, the Yankees and the Orioles. Yankees getting their first win and the Orioles with their first loss in the ball game last night. Well, as one of the managers said, boys will be boys. Last night at the end of the ball game, that's what happened. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne. Let's take a look. Russell Martin's the catcher for the Yankees. Robert Andino for the Orioles. Ball game ended. Martin's leaving the field. Andino is still hanging around a little bit. Martin turns around and says something to him. This is the final play of the game. This will end the ball game. Watch Andino. See, Martin says something. Andino takes exception and says something back. DeMarlo Hale gets in the middle of him. Andino keeps going. Girardi's going, what's happened? What's this all about? Finally, the manager had to get involved to get Andino out of there, and zip it is what Martin said. It was great after the game, though. Russell Martin said, I can't remember what was said. Robert Andino said today, I wasn't stealing any signs. I don't play that way. This may be what's really important, however. The last 5 games, Robert Andino against the Yankees, 417, 3 runs, 3 doubles, a home run, 4 RBIs, a 2 for 4 last night, tied a career high with the 2 doubles. Jim Palmer, you've probably never seen anything like that in all your playing days.
No, not at all. I mean, really, Andino, he was the most improved Oriole last year. Sent Matt Papelbon to the National League. He got Francona fired. And
a GM.
Theo Epstein's now in Chicago. That's what I tell him every day to try to pump him up. He really played well. But last night was not about that. It was about the fact that the Orioles went 2 for 15 with runners in scoring position. Nova pitched a great game. Brian Mattis was all over the place. 3 ball counts to 8 of the 21 guys he faced. So that's how you win games. And again, the game was over. Everybody steals signs, and the Yankees do about as good a job as anybody. And why not?
That's great part about it last night was the fire in the eyes. I mean, the fact that Andino would feel that way and that Markakis was upset about the strikeouts, that's what you want to see. They had the fire going in that ball game. Now, will there be any carryover? Who knows? Russell Martin, Robert Andino said probably not, but they'll be very close in Andino's first at bat. On Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Jeep. Jeep and the unique brand of freedom you'll find only in the full line of Jeep vehicles. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. And it is a gorgeous night here. It'll be a little cooler than last night, maybe a little breezier, in fact. Let's take a look at our train game time temperature for tonight. 62 degrees, humidity way down, and the wind's 10 miles an hour and kind of swirling around at Camden Yards. Visit Train.com for an independent train comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop the train. Let's take a look at the starting lineup brought to you by Dodge. For the Yankees tonight, Jeter, Swisher, and Cano. Rodriguez, Teixeira, Granderson, Jones, Martin, and Gardner. A-Rod's career numbers against the Orioles. See your authorized Dodge dealer and experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or go to Dodge.com and check out the powerful lineup.
Yeah, take a look at our scouting report. Wei Chen out of Taiwan. Lions Den, well, your first major league start, you get to face the Yankees. Throws a lot of strikes. Matt Wieters, his catcher, said, okay, he's got 3 pitches. Fastball's the best, changeup's the second, and he's got to get me over curveball. He is from Taiwan, the 4th major league pitcher. Ching-Ming Wang, who pitched for the Yankees, won 19 games before he hurt his ankle. Back-to-back years, probably the most prominent. So he's left-handed. I'll tell you, what a test. Why not start, it's almost like a final. In your first major league start. But, again, we saw what you don't want to do from Brian Mattis last night. Brian was all over the place, got behind guys. This team, they have a pretty good idea what they want to hit anyway. You don't want to do them any favors. Try to get ahead.
Everybody back home at 7 o'clock in the morning watching this game. He knows that, so it's a big moment for him. Only the 4th pitcher from Chinese Taipei, or Taiwan, if you will, who has pitched at the major league level. And he will join the ranks on this first pitch that he faces Derek Jeter. And Jeter will take it down low for a ball, and we are underway. Jeter, of course, had the big ball game last night as he ended up with a 4 for 4 in the game against the Orioles, and continued his hot career numbers that he's always had against Baltimore. Pitch will be taken up high, and Chen will fall behind on Jeter 2-0. And you know the Yankees, as they do with everybody, but especially in somebody making his debut, are really going to make him work.
My experience was that if you get behind hitters, usually you have to get more of the plate, and that's when they really even get better.
Jeter will take it way up high. Chen falls behind. He was, in the 4 seasons that he pitched in Japan, a control pitcher. He's not going to be overpowering with that 90, 91 mile an hour fastball, perhaps, and he has to spot it. Key for him is to keep that strikeout walk ratio in his favor, and he does get the high strike called right there, and it goes to 3-1 on Jeter. And
this is the way the game started last night. Brian Mattis, another lefty, got behind Derek Jeter, and the first of the 4 hits was kind of just a line drive into left center field, and he would eventually score the first run for the Yanks.
Jeter 7 for 17, off to a real good start. Puts that one up in the air to center. That ball is deep. Jones going way back, and goodbye home run. The very first batter. Chen faces Jeter, a homer.
Well, Gary only hit 6 of them last year. 297 hitter. One of them was the home run he hit off of David Price for his 3,000th hit. That ball, he gets it up in the air. It's in the middle of the plate, and it just never comes down. Normally when you get Derek, it's not that he can't hit home runs, but you can see the extension. The ball is really center cut, and it just keeps going until the Yankees lead 1-0.
Wow. Our Nissan pitch track. Go to NissanDealer.com for great details on innovation. You can count on innovation for all. What a tough start for Chen. Facing Jeter, welcome to the majors. Here's Nick Swisher. And Swisher will take the pitch up high for a ball.
Yeah, I think the one thing that worried me, other than the fact that these are the Yankees, 9 days between starts. So again, if you're a control guy, and that's what Wei-In is, it's not going to help. But there's a good breaking ball. It's just about making quality pitches. He didn't to Derek Jeter. I think, again, he's got enough experience. He understands that.
Jeter gets his 14th home run in this ballpark. Swisher launches one to center. Again, Jones going back. That's going to take a hop right off the base of the wall. Markakis will follow it up and hold him to a double, and another hard hit ball. And Swisher's on at second base. Buck Showalter before the game talked about the fact, look, he's breaking in against the Yankees.
His biggest challenge is going to be the competition and the level of play. You look at the length of lineups in American League, and especially this lineup. It's a step up in challenge. Not a lot of teams over in Japan with a $200 million plus payroll. So, he'll It won't be from lack of effort.
So the first two, a homer and a double, and now here's Cano.
And whether you come from the Japanese league or the minor leagues, you've already learned a lesson. He gets behind Jeter, home run. He hangs a curveball after throwing a good one. The quality of the pitches, they have to be really good at this level, and even better against a team like the Yankees. Not the Twins, not Seattle.
Robinson Cano had a 1 for 4 in the ball game last night, continuing his .345 batting average and 21 home runs lifetime against the Orioles. Chen, the 26-year-old, being watched closely by the Orioles pitching coach and manager and teammates as they finally get a look at him in true major league action. And that one's going to be in on the fists a little bit, put high in the air to center. Tagging up at second is Swisher. Jones has got it, and Swisher will stay there. So there's the first out recorded by Chen. Last night, the Orioles with Wieters behind the plate, able to get some key outs. He got the out at third base. Reynolds made a fine play at third, and the defense of Hardy ending an inning in what would have been an even larger deficit.
Yeah, they were able to keep the score at 4-1 to Mattis leaves. Chavez, Jones, Markakis, that's the Oriole outfield. Reynolds, Hardy, and Dino. Chris Davis with a couple of hits over at first base, and then Matt Wieters, Gold Glover. 4 hits last night behind the plate for the O's.
Now one away. Swisher still on at second base. Here's Rodriguez. A-Rod had an 0 for 4 in the ball game, and a check swing foul ball that will end up back in the seats.
Well, the good news for Wei-Yin Chen is that Cano couldn't get him to third. He's able to get that fastball just in enough to get the fly ball, and then Swisher, who doesn't have great speed, already in scoring position, respected Adam Jones's arms. Couldn't tag up and try to get the third.
Rodriguez only 3 for 14 to start the season. Couple of doubles, no home runs, no RBIs yet for A-Rod. Chen was outstanding playing in the Japanese league. Over the last 3 seasons, ERA every year was below 3. Great control, walked just 31 batters in 164 innings last year. Here's the 0-2 delivery to Rodriguez, and it'll come a little bit inside, and it hit him. Not by much, but it hit him. And that'll put first and second with 1 out.
Yeah, just trying to move him off the plate, maybe set up the changeup down and away, and the ball cuts in. Very slick night here with the wind, and apparently gets Alex Rodriguez somewhere up on the arm or the jersey or that elbow protection.
Chen here in the first inning, 14 pitches thrown so far, 2 on, and here's Teixeira. He had a 1 for 5 in the ball game last night, and Teixeira will take it down low for a ball. Chen did strike out a lot in the first couple of years in Japan, but his velocity on the fastball went down a couple miles an hour last year, and his strikeout rate went from 7.32 to 5.14 per 9 innings. A couple fewer last year than he had the year before. 1-0 count on Teixeira. Runners off first and second base. That's going to miss up high, and he falls behind him 2-0.
That's actually kind of a good thing. He hung that curveball, but it was out of the zone. You bring it down about 6 inches, this ball game could be 4-0. And I think the one thing you have to understand, he has enough experience. Again, when you get behind Jeter and you throw a fastball down the middle of the plate, you may not hit a home run, but you know he's going to hit it hard. That's what Derek Jeter does. So you have to adjust. Now he's got to do it in the first inning. He hasn't pitched in 9 days. It's not the best situation for him.
2-0 count on Teixeira, and that's in the dirt. Wieters will have to scoop that one up, and the lefty falls behind 3-0. Back-to-back left-handers against the Yankees, who went 35-17 against lefties last year. As Brian Mattis did not have good luck last night with the 4 runs, 6 hits over 4 innings. And now the left-hander, the 26-year-old, his major league debut. Chen's 3-0 pitch. Teixeira took it, a fastball that's in there for a strike.
And then you got a guy that hit 41 home runs, 17 against left-handed pitching. I mean, the Yankees hit more home runs. We talked about the record, but they had more home runs, 69 home runs against left-handers than any other team in baseball.
Yep. That one is hit in the air to left field. It is playable. And the Chavez is out there. He'll come in to get it. Looks like that wind is blowing a bit towards left field, but it's swirling here. There's the second out of the inning. You take a look at the numbers in the Central League in Japan for the 4 years that he pitched there, and you see the ERAs were outstanding. Innings pitched pretty consistent. The walks not many, and the strikeouts that were up in 2010, down in 2011. He was a dominating pitcher. Here's Curtis Granderson. Granderson, the center fielder, 1 for 4 last night. What Chen did was sign a contract over there in the Japanese league that allowed him to become an effective free agent at the age of 26. That's how he was able to come to the Major League Baseball.
Kind of like CC Sabathia, Alex Rodriguez did with the Yankees.
Here's the 0-1 delivery. That will be taken. Pretty good looking pitch, 1-1.
Well, again, we've already seen him make some adjustments. He got behind Teixeira, made a great pitch, 3-1, and got the lazy fly ball to left.
Look, if he gets out of this inning giving up 1 run the way it started.
Well, I like his windup. He's not overthrown like Brian Mattis.
2-1.
That term in baseball used to be got to make good pitches. Now it's I have to execute my good pitches. And again, how do you do that when you've never done it before? You have to get out there. So there's a certain patience, I think, that has to be extended to Mr. Chen.
2-1 strike count. Runners off first and second. Swisher, Rodriguez. Now with 2 down. Off the 90-mile-an-hour fastball, a 2-1 strike count.
Yeah, his stuff is plenty good as far as velocity. 90, 92. What does Cliff Lee throw? Usually about 92, but he's got a cutter and he stays out of the middle of the plate.
Location.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Granderson, a real good hitter against the lefties. 272 last year, 258 righties. The delivery, and he pulls something back on that one. And that's a nice recovery by Chen in his Major League debut. Jeter gets the home run. The Yankees get the lead. You know, we talk about those adult beverages, don't you? Yankees get the early lead. Let's take a look at the lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines for the Orioles. Chavez, Hardy, Markakis, Jones, Wieters, Johnson, Reynolds, Davis, and Andino. For Nick this year, 385, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs already.
And our scouting report on
Freddie Garcia.
Freddie Garcia. It's not Jerry Garcia, your favorite tie maker. And but again, it comes out of Venezuela. He has won more games than anybody. Maybe not the best winning percentage. That's Johan Santana, fond of pitching here at the Yard. 3-2 with a very low ERA, 2.33, and he's going to throw cutters and splitters and change speeds and make you wait all night if you want to be successful against
him. Make you crazy.
Yes, well, that too.
There you see the numbers for him.
Yeah, they got him 6 runs a game, and so well supported. Pitched well for him.
He would not be starting probably, but for the fact Pineda is out. The Yankee signing in the offseason was such a big deal for Joe Girardi's ball club. So Pineda out for an undetermined amount of time. The 34-year-old right-hander gets the start in the rotation. 1-1 pitch, and that's going to be up high. Endy Chavez making the start for the Orioles in left field as he and Reimold continue to share time out there. And Chavez has had a hit in 2 at-bats. Here you see Nolan Reimold, who started last night, and that's the off-speed pitch that's going to be up high. See, the pitchers are blowing on their hand tonight. It is cool. About 3 degrees cooler tonight than last night when we started the game, and the wind seems to have more an effect tonight in the ballpark.
Yeah, again, not a lot of humidity, so the ball can be slick. Right there, that's probably ball 4, but again, I mean, 84, he'll pitch in the mid-80s, and then every once in a while you'll see 89, and then when you think you got him zoned in, that's when he throws the little splitter. He has a big, slow breaking ball. I mean, this is not the guy that used to pitch for the Mariners. After getting traded to Houston, he threw 95 with a great sinker.
That'll be a towering pop up to shallow center field. Jeter's going to go back. Granderson coming in. Granderson wants it, and he's got it.
Take a look at the Yankee defense. Gardner, we saw him late in the game. A terrific left fielder. Granderson, Swisher. That's the outfield for the Yankees. Alex Rodriguez, DH last night. Tonight at third, Jeter, a Gold Glover. Cano, a Gold Glover. Teixeira, a Gold Glover. And Russell Martin, we saw him last night. It's like a hockey goalie blocking balls. Very good defensive catcher for the Yanks.
There's J.J. Hardy. Hardy will take it for a strike. Hardy's 0 for 5 in the series, last night's game. He's had good numbers off Garcia. 5 for 18 with 1 home run off the Yankees starter. Here's the 0-1 delivery. And Hardy will take it away for a ball. Garcia, left-handers hit 284 off him. Right-handers 255 last year. He gave up 16 home runs, 8 each way. And that pitch is going to be away. Orioles may be able to draw some walks if they can wait.
Yeah, he's a big guy. I mean, he ends up going 3-2 on Endy Chavez, and then what does he do? 86 miles per hour, belt high in the middle of the plate. But what's the front side? Throws the arm at you. And right there, I mean, is there a better high ball hitter on the Orioles than Hardy? And he swings and fouls it late because there's a lot of deception.
He's just tough to get your timing against. He is one of those veteran pitchers who's not going to overpower you, but he will drive you crazy up there sometimes with the strikes he throws. Larry Rothschild never minds having him out on the mound. There's a confidence when he's out there. 25 starts last year. 2-2 delivery to Hardy and a sweeping breaking ball that'll end up going off the backstop. And again, we've got a 3-ball 2-strike count.
And the one number that leaped out when I was doing all the numbers today was the 193 with runners in scoring position. We saw Nova last night at 215. And here's Garcia. When he gets in trouble, he gets tougher. Somehow able to make the big pitch.
Hardy with a 3-ball 2-strike count. And he'll take that one in the air to left field. Oh, see ya. Goodbye. Home run. Orioles tie it up.
Yep, you can't sneak a fastball in the middle of the plate. Got one by him, and this one just settles right back and hit 30 of them last year. 6 the year before. Wasn't feeling good when he played for the Twins. Back-to-back years with the Brewers when he was healthy. 24 and 26 home runs.
His second career home run off Garcia ties the ball game up. 2 home runs on the year, 2 RBIs. Nick Markakis, he'll take a strike.
We'll take a look. Again, very much, 85, 86. Center cut, and very much like the ball that Jeter hits, except J.J. Hardy able to pull it a little bit more. Well, the ball carrying well here at Camden Yards. A lot of times it doesn't, it's not cold. I mean, it's not like it's 38. And
so the Orioles, you see the home runs. And for the Yankee pitchers, this is the 19th consecutive game in which they've given up at least 1 home run going back to last year. And the Orioles getting one in the ball game last night from Wieters, and now Hardy gets one off Garcia in his first start of this season. And Nick Markakis, he's got a home run off Garcia too. He's 5 for 13 with a homer. And that is going to be in there for a strike call. Nick not happy with that call, so Chen gets a little offensive help. Tie the ball game up.
Yeah, that ball again off the corner last night. Dave Robertson pitching, 2 balls called. that were balls. Orioles needed base runners. Paul Schreiber said, well, you gave up on him. Nick says I gave up on him because they were outside.
That one's going to be in the dirt.
That's all hitters want. I mean, obviously pitchers want balls off the corner. The league, at least when Sandy Alderson was at the commissioner's office, said, hey, let's make the umpires call balls that are over the plate. And that's all hitters want. I mean, the edge of the ball, the plate's 17 inches. You can take the edge of the ball and get it to about 22.
3 batters, 3-3-2 counts, a fly ball, a homer, and a walk. And the Orioles' Markakis is on. Orioles-Yankees wrap up their 3-game series tomorrow night here at Camden Yards, 7:05. You can help paint the park orange, help celebrate the 20th anniversary of Camden Yards. It'll be the final game of the first homestand. Orioles.com for info, or 888-848-BIRD. And this will be Adam Jones coming up. Runner on at first base and 1 away. Adam, 3 for 9 lifetime off Garcia, has got a 4-game hit streak coming into the ball game. 5 hits, 16 at bats, including a home run and an RBI. The Orioles, with the home run they've picked up in this game, now have 7. They have out-homered opponents so far, 7-2 in the year. Garcia working on his 20th pitch of the inning. Markakis, a decent lead. Jones will take the pitch, and it is in there for a strike call.
So the velocity all of a sudden, because he needs outs, goes up just a little bit.
Number on Freddie Garcia that jumped out at me, Jim. 2 or fewer walks, 19 of his 25 starts. Yet he goes into deep counts all the time. But he doesn't end up walking many. He will challenge hitters first.
He nibbles.
Yep. Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way. Do they check it first? Nope. Nice Diaz down there, so Jones did not go around.
Yeah, that's the little hook or slider, whatever you want to call it, kind of a slurve. But again, when you're 6'4", almost 6'5", and when he pitched for the Mariners, I mean, he could get it up there. 93 to 96. The curveball, changeup, didn't have the split-fingered fastball then, but he was a power pitcher. He made a nice transition.
I mean, he's very effective among active pitchers. He is 4th with the most 12-plus win seasons. CC Sabathia and Mark Burley have 10 of those. Tim Hudson has got 9, and Freddie Garcia with 9. 2-1 count. Markakis not showing he's going and doesn't. Jones will take it. It is in there for a strike, and that'll even the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes from Garcia. There are the career numbers. 145-95. As Jim said, he is the winningest pitcher from his homeland of Venezuela. Interesting, you get the winningest pitcher from Venezuela pitching against Chen, only the 4th pitcher from Chinese Taipei at the major league level pitching in the same game. Chen in his debut. Little breaker's going to miss outside. He wanted Jones to bite on that one, and another 3-2 count. All 4 batters have gone 3-2.
Yeah, we saw it with Brian Mattis, who 21 batters, 8 3-2 counts. Freddie's trying to be as good as him or efficient as him. But I mean, right now you're going to see Nick Markakis run. I mean, it's harder to get the double play when you get to 3-2 because he's going to wait for him to deliver, and then he'll be running. Very surprised if he doesn't.
3-2 the count. Markakis goes. Jones puts it up in the air, right center field. Grinderson over. He's got it.
Well, that's what you were talking about. He runs the count to 3-2, then makes a perfect pitch. A little splitter down and away. Adam had to reach for it, just couldn't get any good wood on it.
Here comes Matt Wieters. Matt's off to a great start, as Wieters in the ballgame last night came up with 1 away in the 2nd inning. And here's what happened. He is blasting the ball from the left side of the plate, getting some really good wood on it. He would end up with 4 hits in the game last night to go along with Jeter, who also had the 4 hits. And amazingly, over all these games that these 2 teams have played, that was only the 2nd time in Yankee-Oriole history that a player from each team has had a 4 for 4 or better in a game. And ironically, the other time it happened was last year. It was Cano going 5 for 5 and Vladdy going 4 for 4 in a game. Last night, Jeter 4 for 4 and Wieters 4 for 4.
Yeah, the 2nd time that Matt's been able to do that. And Of course, Derek's done it 41 times.
Runner on at first. A strange shift right here. You've got Cano playing in shallow right field. Jeter's moved over almost behind the bag, and A-Rod moved over a bit towards short. Here's the 1-0 delivery. Wanted another one right there. 1-1.
I mean, if you had a routine ground ball to shoot to second base, it's going into right field. I mean, it's right there. Now, I guess he's doing that to keep the force in play. I just don't understand that. And, you know, if you're a shortstop, you either have to be on the left or the right of the pitcher, otherwise you don't see the ball when it gets into the contact zone of what the hitter's trying to do.
1-1 count. Wieters will take it, and Garcia will get it in. Wieters 1 for 5, and the only times he has faced Freddie Garcia. That's got the 2 home runs and 3 RBIs, 5 total hits, 5 for 13. So he started out with a .385 average, and he's gone 5 for 11 with both home runs coming from this side of the plate. 1-2. 2 down. Markakis off first. Wieters puts a little bloop. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Gardner coming on to get it will hold Markakis at second base. Second hit for the O's.
Wow, that's a nice little stroke. Last night he hit the changeup for a home run, curveball a double, 2 fastballs for singles, and right here it looked like maybe a little splitter. You can see the separation of the fingers. The ball will tumble down and away, and when you're hitting well, you're still able to follow it.
So the Orioles making Garcia work here with 28 pitches already thrown in the first inning, and here's Nick Johnson.
What did you, Darvish, of the Rangers throw 42? Gave up 4 runs. Of course, the Rangers got him 11 runs, got his first major league win.
That's pretty good run support.
That'll work.
That'll get you a win. Orioles trying to get the lead. They tied it up here in the first inning. 2 down. Here's Nick Johnson. Nick is the designated hitter in the ball game tonight. 2 for 10 with a homer lifetime off Garcia. There's the floater that is in there for a strike.
The shoe top drop.
If you ran down from the booth and out on the field, you'd get there in time to catch that.
71 miles per hour. I guess what Vicente Padilla threw a couple of 58 mile per hour little soft curveballs the other day.
Wow.
Yeah. That's
tough to be at the plate on those. I mean, you wait and you wait and you wait and you wait.
Slow pitch.
Slow pitch. Johnson with an 0-1 count. Big chance here.
Right
over his head. I think it hit the helmet. He doesn't want to go, I guess. He's staying right there. The runners advance on the wild pitch.
Either that or I guess maybe his helmet just became askew and he was putting it back into place, but it looked like, of course, our cameras see it a lot better than we do, but did it get the helmet? Nope.
Nope, right off the glove. So these 2 starters both having a bit of a problem here in the first inning.
I'm telling you, when you get this kind of weather, the ball does get slick. Matt Wieters was talking about it, just catching, throwing the ball. Hard to get a grip on it.
Now Nick Johnson now has 2 in scoring position.
And again, go back to that number 193 in 2011. Who do you want to pitch to? Johnson or Reynolds on deck?
1-1 delivery. That'll be popped up. No play. Nick looking for his first hit with the 0 for 6 so far. He is moving in and out of the DH role and will get time at first base for the Orioles this year. Bring some pop into that lineup, along with obviously some strikeouts that go with it. Spent most of the time AAA last year with the Cleveland organization.
Yeah, he had the bad wrist, which is hopefully healed. Trouble is staying healthy, but he's a disciplined hitter.
And that one's going to be popped up. Martin coming back, and he'll have no play. That'll end up in the seats.
Of course, Nick Johnson got to the big leagues first time with the Yankees. And I saw him and I go, okay, this guy, just thinking and envisioning pitching to him, be a tough out. Makes you throw the ball over the plate. Pretty good breaking ball hitter, occasional power, really good first baseman. Of course, that was many years and many at-bats ago, many injuries ago.
Orioles would love to get one right here. The Orioles and Yankees have not done well with runners in scoring position to start the year. The Orioles are 6 for 33. The Yankees are 8 for 35. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way. Johnson takes it. Ooh la la.
Yeah, that was a good splitter. Able to recognize it. Well, last night, I mean, the Yankees still put 6, could have put a lot more, but the Oriole defense thwarted that. But 2 for 15, many opportunities, just couldn't get him in.
And an opportunity here early in the ball game. Each team so far with a run in the first and a couple of hits. Nick Johnson 2-2. It gets away. That's going to score Markakis. And the Orioles take the 2-1 lead. The second wild pitch of the inning by Freddie Garcia.
Well, the first guy to tell you that he should have caught that ball is going to be Russell Martin. That's the bottom line, but the real, I guess, bottom line is that the ball does get by him, and the Orioles take a 2-1 lead. Just a slider right down at his ankle, and he doesn't catch it. This is what he does about as well as anybody else. Maybe not quite as well as Matt Wieters, who won the Gold Glove, but very proficient at that.
5 of the first 6 hitters in the game against Garcia have had full counts. Here's the 3-2 delivery, and he had to wait on that one and fouls it back. Runner at third base now with 2 down. The Orioles up by a score 2-1. Well, you talk about a grinded out first inning.
Well, it's only a half an hour.
I mean, what a struggle here for each of these starters. Much more so, though, for Garcia. He'll go to the 3-2 again. Wieters off third base. And Johnson, ground ball to second, played by Robinson Cano. And that will retire the side. But the Orioles are going to get a couple of runs. They do it on 2 hits and 2 wild pitches, leaving a runner on. The homer by Hardy kicked it off. O's up by 1. By Luna. Call today for the Luna Double and get your second room of flooring free. 877-241-LUNA. First series against the Yankees. Chen gets the lead after giving up the home run to Jeter in the first inning. Settled down and left a couple of Yankees on base. He'll face the bottom third of the order. Jones, Martin, and Gardner coming up for the Yankees.
Yeah, didn't see a lot of changeups. Breaking ball, the pitch of favor other than the fastball.
So he's got the first inning under his belt. It could have been a lot worse in his major league debut.
Oh.
Now we'll see if the adrenaline slows down a little bit along with the heart rate. He had 127 games, including 89 starts in his career in Japan. He threw a lot of pitches in games, 120 or more pitches 16 times. And 130 or more 6 times.
Yeah, I think the difference, and we saw that with Dice K, who came over, and Hideki Nomo, is that you pitch every 6th day over there. Here, it's hopefully will be, if you're healthy, every 5th day.
Yep. Jones up, 3-game hit streak for Andrew Jones. He launches that one in the air to center field, going back. The other Jones, and he's got it. Boy, he's swinging a bat coming into the season. Andrew Jones is one away.
Well, they got him, and this is what he did last year. Pretty good left fielder, won 10 Gold Gloves as a center fielder many years ago, but hit a home run off Darren O'Day and just missed it there. That ball pretty much in the middle of the plate.
Here comes Russell Martin. Martin had a 1 for 3 in the ball game last night. It was a hitter's game with the Yankees winning at 6-2 and a combined 24 hits. With the Orioles out hitting the Yankees 13-11, but losing the ball game. And a strike taken. Chen's pitch is going to be down low. 1 ball, 1 strike count on the Yankee catcher, with Gardner hitting in the number 9 spot. Martin's going to do a lot of catching like Wieters is doing for the Orioles. There aren't going to be a lot of days off for either. But Showalter said Wieters is going to get either Saturday or Sunday off, depending on what it looks like in the matchup in Toronto. 2-1 delivery, and that's going to be up high. Martin hit .211 off the left-handers last year, .248 off righties. 5 of his 18 home runs off left-handers. Here's the 3-1 delivery to him. Catches the outside corner as he started down. Turns to ask Tim Welke about it. 3-2. That seems to be the number tonight. 3-2. 32nd pitch coming from Chen, and he got him.
Yeah, Way just get me over 88 and then hits the inside corner. Well, I tell you what, first of all, Russell Martin knows it's a big plate tonight. And that ball just off it. But again, look at the edge. 17 inches, ball's about a little bit over 2 inches. All you have to do is have the edge on it. But when your catcher drags the ball and the glove back towards the plate, you know it was off the plate a little bit.
As long as his pitcher gets it, he'll let that go.
And he already has.
Yeah. Here's Gardner. Gardner getting the start in left field. He had a 1 for 2 coming into the ball game as a defensive replacement late. Ended up with an RBI single after he came in. He shows bunt, and he will take the strike. Gardner with tremendous speed. Only a .233 hitter against lefties last year. That's why Gardner's doing some platooning. .265 off the right-handers. He's the new prototypical number 9 hitter in the American League. Someone who could also be a leadoff hitter, and is at times, who brings speed to the 9-hole. The 0-1 delivery, nice breaking ball.
And also in games he doesn't play, you can always pinch run. You can put him, as we saw him last night, got the lead, put him in for defense, ended up getting a base hit anyway. But again, the 49 steals, not bad to have on your bench.
Yep. Chance for a 1-2-3 inning for Wei and Chen. 0-2 count on Gardner. Got him. That's spotting the pitches. So he sets the Yankees down in order, and 3 strikeouts recorded so far in the ballgame. The Orioles have the 2-1 lead. Olga Perez from Colombia. Olga, you've already won $500, and for every strikeout the Orioles pitch during the game, you get another $100 from the Maryland Lottery. See how you can turn non-winning strike-it-rich scratch-offs into cash and enter to win great Orioles prizes at mdlottery.com/strike-it-rich today. Olga, good luck. Fans on hand from Chinese Taipei for Chen, the Orioles starter. And it can be confusing. Yes, it's called Taiwan. Yes, it's called Chinese Taipei, and it's all about politics, as mainland China, People's Republic thereof, continues to claim rights to the island of Taipei, while Taipei has fought politically for its independence over the years, and that results in numerous names, Taiwan being the one the folks from the island like to use. But in international sports, Olympics, and the World Baseball Classic, it's the Chinese Taipei label that goes officially, which has been accepted by the People's Republic of China and by the folks from Chinese Taipei.
I had a chance, as you have, to do Little League World Series up in Williamsport, and they won like 13 out of 15, and they were amazing. You always kind of wondered where they, after they dominated Little League, where they went. And when I did the Olympics all the way when it was a demonstration sport in 1984, I had a team that had Oda B. McDowell, Mark McGuire, Barry Larkin, who's in the Hall of Fame, Corey Snyder. They had a right-handed pitcher that looked like Goose Gossage and pitched like him.
Yes.
He beat him 2-1 with 14 strikeouts, and I have no idea where he went. It was unbelievable. Just give him a mustache and make him a little bit bigger, and you would have thought Goose Gossage just pitching for Taiwan.
Here's Chris Davis. That has unfortunately happened. Little League does a tremendous job of making sure the kids that come are in fact kids, but
well, that's true.
It has happened in the past,
and you're supposed to have a limited population pool, and
yes,
kind of like Philippine one year, and what do they have, 700 islands, and the kids were from 300 to the 700 islands,
but there are only 6 kids on each island. Davis with a runner at first. Garcia's already walked 2 in the ball game. Orioles leadoff man on. Davis with a 2 for 4 in the ball game last night, and Garcia early in the game struggling, and there's a called strike by the third base umpire, Mike Schreiber, rather.
Well, we saw Chris Davis with 5 strikeouts against the Yankees, and Freddie Garcia, this will be a good, for Chris, this will be a good test because he's a junk baller at this point in his career. I don't mean that derogatorily, because he did win 12 games and they supported him well, but he can change speeds extremely well.
Davis 3 for 10 so far, 1 RBI. Toss over to get Mark Reynolds back to the bag. Middle game of the 3-game set. Right back here tomorrow night, as the Orioles will have Jake Arrieta going for his second win against CC Sabathia, who struggled in his first start. 0-2. Garcia holds it for a while. Fast-speed pitch over the top, swung on a miss.
Slower and slower. See if you can hit that 74-mile-per-hour curveball. That's a good one. Out of your hand, you don't really pick up the spin, and you can just see it just biting down underneath the bat.
So that was the first strikeout for Garcia. That'll bring up Robert Andino, getting close to his good buddy Russell Martin, the catcher.
Well, a couple of doubles last night.
He has been hot against the Yankees, and the pitch will be taken for a strike. 2 baggers. That one rolling all the way to the wall. He thought about 3. Then the second one, Swisher, was playing in and over to the right field line, could not get to it.
Well, he plays a little deeper tonight.
Much deeper.
Well, this is such a small ballpark. It's easier to come in than to go back, unless you're an exceptional outfielder. Oh.
Good pitch away. Well, Andino started out to 5 for 13 now. He's got a couple of RBIs, 2 doubles.
And another curveball. And a good one. Right on the corner.
So a 2-strike count. Reynolds on at first base. Endy Chavez waiting on deck for the Orioles. Reynolds not going anywhere, and Andino will take that down low. Russell Martin's going to have himself a busy night tonight with Garcia on the mound.
Well, we saw Nova do it last night. A lot of good breaking balls. Didn't walk anybody. 7 strikeouts, 6 of them on breaking balls, and not afraid to bounce it. And with a good catcher, whether it's Russell Martin, even though we have seen a wild pitch, it could have been, well, it hit the dirt, so it's never going to be a pass ball. But Matt Wieters, you don't mind bouncing him with good catchers. Dempsey, when he was catching, he finished that pitch.
And Dito's going to go down, and that'll be the second strikeout for Garcia.
Boy, these are good curveballs. It's not only the curvature of the ball, it's the change of speed. About 13 miles per hour, maybe 12 miles per hour slower. And then the big break. And then again, perfectly located. You can see the bat head already through the zone before the ball gets there.
Told you how few walks he gave up last year. Garcia, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts in this game. His ratio was about a 2-to-1. In fact, just a little bit better than that. Strikeout to walk ratio last season with that 3.62 ERA. 2 down. Chavez will take a strike. He flied out to center field his first time up.
I think that ball's about 2 or 3 inches off the plate. And Russell Martin wasn't complaining. It's a big strike zone tonight. And then we have all the 3-2 counts. Unusual.
0-1 the count here. In at third base, A-Rod. Runner goes. Here's the throw, and got him.
Maybe.
Mark Reynolds, who's not a base stealer, is going to be the out, leaving Endy Chavez to lead off the next inning. And standing at the plate, Russell Martin, now 1 for 2 in throwing out base stealers for the Yankees. Orioles lead it 2-1. Florida's Gulf Coast at number1beach.com. On this 62-degree night here in Baltimore, it's a lot warmer down there, 893 miles away in Sarasota, where it's 76 tonight. You see the mileage from Camden Yards to the other minor league ballparks of the Orioles. Fans on hand here tonight. It was a good ball game last night. And the Orioles up 2-1 in this one as we go to the third inning. It'll be the top of the order again. Derek Jeter delivering the home run. So he's now 5 for 5 in this series. His first of the year on a 24-pitch first inning by Chen, who settled down and retired the side in order in the second inning.
Yeah, he even dropped down a sacrifice bunt last night. It was perfect.
Orioles pretty much straight up against Jeter, and the pitch is in there for a strike. Jeter looking back. There'll be a lot of lookbacks here in this game.
Well, it's a big zone. You got to be kidding me.
Jeter just tore up the lefties with a .349 batting average last year, .277 off the righties. Chen with the 0-1. That one's going to be down low, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Yeah, still trying to establish the changeup. Usually it's the breaking ball that is one of those touch and feel pitches, but you know, again, the first time we've really seen him pitch at this level. And again, supposed to be his second best pitch, but curveball has been effective tonight, or slider.
And he'll take that pitch up high. Count goes to 2-1. Everybody blowing on the hands down there. Even though it was much windier during the day yesterday than it was today around Baltimore, tonight it is significantly cooler. Here's the 2-1 delivery to Jeter. And that's going to be a strike as he caught the outside corner with it. Jeter again. Turning around, taking a fairly substantial walk away from the plate.
Well, not the high one, the low one. And it's supposed to be a low of 36 tonight in Baltimore.
That's low.
That's low. Well, I think the date of the frost was like May 15th, so not in Sarasota.
Oh, no. 2-2 delivery on the way, and that came right in on him. That was right off the fist.
Yeah.
Fights that off.
Well, we already seen him got into Russell Martin. A lot easier to do it 2-2 when a 2-2 count. A little harder 3-2, especially leading off an inning with a 1-run lead. He waits so well, Gary, as you know.
And he's as good as anybody at fighting off pitches and
he could and we saw it last night. He insides out. The ball, 3,095 hits, or actually make it 3,096 with that home run.
Punches to right field. 2-2 delivery on the way. Ground ball to second base. And Jeter's retired and one away in the third inning. Chen representing a substantial group of players born outside the United States this year. 28.4% this season, third highest all time. 15 countries and territories are represented now, with the Dominican Republic with 95 players. Teams with the most foreign players: Kansas City, Colorado, and the Yankees. And Alex Liddy of Seattle, the first Italian-born player to make a major league roster since Rino Bertoia in 1962. I think I buy his olive oil. You make olive oil?
Yes, maybe it's just part of the family. It could be a family oil.
Well, what is it? Bertoili? There's an olive oil very much.
Bertoli.
Yes.
Bertoli.
Yeah, Bertoli.
Yeah. Well, that's close enough.
Well,
There's the changeup.
1 strikeout.
Well, this game started with Jeter hitting a 3-1 fastball, and then he threw Nick Swisher a good breaking ball, and then hung one, and he doubled off the right center field wall, and then he settled down.
He's 1 for 4 in the series, and that's a towering fly ball. It's headed foul and into the seats. No play on Allen.
Well, I think for Wei and Chen, what it comes to obviously is commanding your stuff, and then you sit on the bench. Even when you're pitching, you see where the bat head is, and right there he saw how quick Nick Swisher can be with his bat head, and that's probably the difference. You get bigger, stronger. As Buck Showalter, the Orioles skipper, said, guys that I think 7 guys in this lineup have hit 30 or more home runs in a season.
That's going to be away to him, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count from Chen.
And that is the most in the major league, so kind of a first for him. But I like it. Just doesn't look like he's overthrowing anything.
Oh, pretty smooth, good delivery. Yankees taking a long look, because the likelihood is they'll see him 1 or more times this year. 2-2 delivery, and he got him to go after that one.
And it just elevated it up and away. So during the first inning, everything was in the middle of the plate. Watch this ball, outside corner, right there up at the top of the rectangle. One of the keys to pitching: stay out of the middle of the plate.
Just the 4th Taiwanese born to start a Major League Baseball game. Chien-Ming Wang with the 115 starts on the top. 1 reliever in Futi Nai, the only pitcher, only one as a reliever, is the only way he's shown up at the Major League level. So it's a big deal for people in the country of Chinese Taipei. Much like happened when the Japanese players started coming. They were up all hours of the day and night, had the games on the big screen in the center of Tokyo, and 3 different outlets taking the broadcast back to Chinese Taipei to see Chen pitch. Robinson Cano, 1 ball, 1 strike count. Cano flied out to center field his first time up. Cano 1 for 5 in the series, 345 lifetime against the Orioles with 21 home runs. 1-1 delivery to him, and you'll take that up high. 2 ball 1 strike count. Chen will have to deal with the pitch count after the tough start in the first inning. It'll be number 50 coming up. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Will get your attention.
Yes. Little dodgeball. And what makes it even better if the next pitch is located out of the middle of the plate on the outside corner. You can see right there working on a 7 straight retired.
3 runs in the air to left field towards the gap. Chavez going over, and he's got it. And a 1-2-3 inning. Second in a row that Chen has gotten that done. Orioles up by 1. Federal Credit Union. Navy Federal Credit Union serves the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, the Department of Defense, and their families, federally insured by NCUA. And by Burger King, the proud sponsor of opening week baseball. Camden Yards, the site for this middle game of the 3-game set, right overhead of downtown Baltimore. The Orioles have the 2-1 lead. Home run by Hardy, and a wild pitch scored Markakis in the first inning. Jeter has the home run for the Yankees. Chavez shows bunt, gets A-Rod charging along with Teixeira, and takes the pitch for a strike. Andy Chavez was at the plate when Reynolds was caught stealing, so he gets to start his at-bat anew.
Yeah, I don't think Buck Showalter minded him leading off the inning. Thought they'd maybe catch him by surprise. That didn't work. Perfect throw by Martin. Perfect tag by Derek Jeter.
1 ball 1 strike count. A-Rod stays in at third base. Couple of steps in, actually.
Well, that's why you do it before you get to 1 strike. And you know, a lot of guys, they'll fake a bunt after it's, you know, they have 1 strike, and then the third baseman just goes back. You want to do it early in the count. You also want to be able to do it.
Chavez can do it. Yeah. 1 ball 2 strike count. Hardy and then Markakis to follow for the Orioles. Garcia with 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and 2 wild pitches. 1-2's inside. Garcia all of last year in 146 innings had only 4 wild pitches. He's thrown 2 in 1 inning in this ball game. Jim was talking about how slippery that ball can be on a dry night like tonight and cold. 2-2 to Andy Chavez. Piling up the pitches. 54th coming. Breaking ball. That's going to bounce. Hang on. The count's 3-2.
Yeah.
Mercy.
Again. Imagine that.
Jeepers. Rothschild over there, who's ever charting this game, is making a lot of marks.
Larry's looking down going, it's not exactly the way we drew it up. Boy, what a great job he did in his first year as pitching coach with the Yankees.
So the 3-2 to Chavez is going to be punched to center. Granderson right there.
Yeah, almost got over his head.
Took off.
The old knuckleball. He plays very shallow. And again, he's a good center fielder, so he can do it.
That'll bring Hardy up to the plate. His second career home run off Garcia in the first inning. He really clocked that one. That's where he puts a lot of homers here at Camden Yards. Into the glove of fans sitting in the left field seats. And that was the Orioles' first run. So he's 6 for 19 with 2 homers now off Garcia.
Then he throws him another fastball. Pretty much down the middle. Not looking for it.
Garcia lifetime 6 and 7 against the Orioles. 4.4 ERA. He's 3 and 2 here at Camden Yards. A much better earned run average of 2.33.
Yeah, even last year he was 8 and 4 at home with an ERA of just under 4 runs a game, and only 4 and 4 on the road. But the ERA almost dropped 3/4 of a run. They just didn't score as many runs away from Yankee Stadium for him.
Hardy will watch that one go by. It is in there for a strike, and it will go to 1-2.
It's almost like Freddie is getting loose, even though the weather is kind of blustery. He's up a couple of miles per hour. But a big difference now, what, about 14 miles per hour between the fastball and the curveball.
1-2 right off the end of the bat. They weren't playing in there. Garcia's got to get there to share the shuffle. And there are 2 down. At 6 special games this season, the Orioles celebrate the 6 greatest birds of all time: Frank Robinson, Brooks Robinson, Earl Weaver, Jim Power, Eddie Murray, and Cal Ripken Jr. When you purchase the Orioles Legend Celebration Series package, you'll receive a ticket to each of the games when the larger-than-life bronze sculptures will be unveiled at the ballpark. And you'll get a replica sculpture as a lasting memory. 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com/legends. Here is Nick Markakis. A walk and a run for Nick. He scored on the wild pitch, picking up one of the 2 walks surrendered by Garcia. And that pitch is in there for a strike. Garcia, we've seen before, what Jim was talking about, that he is one of those guys, even now at the age of 35. You let him off the hook early in a ball game, and it's liable to get more difficult to get him on the hook again as it goes along. The 0-1 is up, and a 1-1 to Markakis.
And then again, if you could survive into the, the 6th inning, 6 1/3 or whatever with this offense that the Yankees throw out there, and again they average over 6 runs a game for him, going to win a lot of ball games.
He's had 7 3-ball counts in this game. Nick Markakis, did he go? Nope. Pulled it back. So a 2-ball 1-strike count. Markakis with 2 down and nobody on. Jim Presley, the hitting coach of the Orioles, talking about Nick the other day when we were around the batting cage, saying, I really think his rehab, where he went more to the weights than he has in past year, is really going to help him at the plate. You're going to give him a little more power, a little more stamina. He said Nick had not been someone who did a lot of weight work, but because he had to get into rehab, Jim Presley on the right, the hitting coach, said he was in there every day doing lifting, and as a result, he's bulked up a little bit on the top, and Presley likes that. He thinks going to the weight room for hitters can help. Pop that one up in the air to second base. Cano. Teixeira's already off the field. Cano puts it away. And a 1-2-3 inning for Garcia. We completed 3 here at Camden Yards with the Orioles up by 1. The Orioles last won a season series against the Yankees in '97. Also the last time they started 3-0 at home until this season. The Orioles have gone 5-13 against the Yankees each of the last 3 years. Looking to improve on that. Like Showalter, looks like that wind that's blowing around is getting inside the dugout tonight too. He's got the collar up down there. A-Rod will lead it off. Teixeira and Granderson to follow. For Chen so far, 7 out of 12 first pitch strikes.
Well, Wei and Chen said, I have heard Jeter and A-Rod. I've heard their names. They're famous. 629 home runs.
True
famous.
Enough.
Well, I mean, really, this is what it's about. I just think about opting out of the contract, as you said, and then coming over here to play against the best players in the world, whether it's the Yankees or the Red Sox or just Major League Baseball. It takes some nerve. You got to really admire him for that.
Yep, it certainly does. And he put the numbers up playing in Japan to certainly justify that. The fastball is going to come inside to A-Rod. A-Rod hit by a pitch and stranded in the first inning. Home run by Jeter for the Yankees. Home run Hardy for the Orioles. Wild pitch scoring Markakis. Orioles up 2-1. 2-2-0 for the Orioles. 1-2-0 for the Yankees. And that pitch is there in the outside corner. Chen moving it around.
Well, that's what you need to do. You need to change speed, stay out of the middle of the plate. Certainly easier to pitch when you're ahead, which is not the case here.
And the 2-1 A-Rod will foul it back. The Yankees early on this year hitting .265 off the lefties they've seen and .229 off the righties. Early numbers, as we said last year, they really dominated the left-handed starters. 35-17 was their mark when a left-hander started a game. 2-ball, 2-strike count on A-Rod. Chen gets it in.
Yeah, cut it in on his fist. Yeah, Matt Wieters said in spring training had no problem getting the ball in, and again, when you're ahead in the count, you can pitch off the plate by an inch or two, and hitters are going to chase. When you're behind, you must have to be looking away and take that pitch.
2-2 delivery to Rodriguez, and he got him. So Chen, 5 strikeouts, 1 away.
Yeah, just under the zone. 2 strikes, 2 balls. Makes a terrific pitch. About 11 miles per hour slower than the fastball on Alex Rodriguez, right over the top of it.
5 strikeouts, 9 in a row retired by the Orioles left-hander. He'll be inside to Mark Teixeira. Teixeira flied out to left field his first time up. Teixeira's hit well in the ballpark where he used to come watch the Orioles play. Living here in Maryland. Outside, he's a .297 hitter here. .297 against the Orioles overall, rather, and 20 home runs against the O's, who did make a short-lived run for him before he signed with the Yankees. A leg out.
Well, again, you like this, that he gets behind him and he's still late on it. I saw him last night off of Mattis. He drove in the first run, hit a laser line drive into right field. Similar pitch.
2-1 on Teixeira, outfield deep. Again, big uppercut for Mark here. Seemingly more so when he hits right-handed than when he's on the other side of the plate.
Now, you talk to Kevin Long, his hitting instructor. He's always had one of those, trying to keep the back hips a little bit higher. Otherwise, it drops, bat loops, a little bit longer route to the ball.
2-ball, 2-strike count from Chen.
Which, of course, in Yankee Stadium, and when you're big and strong, you hit more fly balls, but the average usually goes down. And then also you can see, I mean, open stance. In other words, the left foot farther away. It's a long way to that outside corner. But again, he's a big guy. He's got long arms, and he usually has pretty good plate coverage.
2-ball, 2-strike count on him after 3 foul balls. Got that one in the air. Jones is there. Adam under. 2 away. Experience Camden Yards in an exciting new way with the Oriole Park 5-bagger suite package. A low price will get you fully catered suites, 5 games, including 2 against the Yankees, Red Sox, and Phillies, plus parking, VIP treatment. And you can reserve the 5-game plan. You'll also receive 6 club-level tickets to the nearly sold-out Saturday, June 9 interleague game against the Phillies. The dates are going fast, so don't miss out. Orioles.com/suites. Curtis Granderson, as Chen tries to retire the side in order for the 3rd consecutive inning. A 1-0 count. Granderson was a strikeout victim his first time up. Yankees center fielder played straight up by the Orioles outfield. 1-0 pitch to him inside out to left field. Andy Chavez is there, and Chen, after the first inning, just rocking along as he's retired 11 in a row since he hit Rodriguez with a pitch in the first inning and protecting a 1-run lead. Brought to you by AT&T 4G LTE. With speeds up to 10 times faster than 3G, AT&T rethink possible. And by Acura Advance. Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer here at Camden Yards. Good crowd on hand to see the Yankees and the Orioles here in game number 2 of this 3-game set. The Orioles losing 6-2 last night, leading 2-1. Good pitching matchup right now, Chen and Garcia. We go to the 4th inning. Garcia will be facing Jones, Wieters, and Johnson here in the bottom half. Each team with just 2 hits in the ball game. That's ripped into the gap in left center field. Put the 3rd one up to the Orioles. It'll be chased down by Granderson. Jones, a big turn, will stay at second base, and the Orioles have a leadoff double.
Yeah, you want to know how to hit a curveball? Look for it. And then if he doesn't get it low and away, watch this hook. Right in the middle of the plate, and he just smacks it up the gap, and he's thinking triple coming out of the box, but Granderson's going to get to it very quickly. That ball maybe goes underneath the thing or kicks off. It's 3 bases for Adam Jones.
So a big potential run out there for the Orioles. And Matt Wieters. Matt had a single his first time up, so he's 5 for 5 with a 4 for 4 last night.
Yeah, let's see if he can get the ball to the right side, either getting them in or over.
And Wieters will take that for a strike. Well, Matt's job to get him down to third base. The Orioles with their 3rd hit of the ball game, a homer, a single, a double.
And again, they play him to pull.
Cano moved way over in the infield, and center fielder Granderson plays him over towards right.
Well, that's what's so kind of not humorous, but the irony is they play him to pull and then pitch him away.
And he will take the ball to that left field gap.
And they even play him to pull in the outfield. Granderson about 3.5, 4 steps into right center.
Garcia will miss up high with that, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Wieters getting his 2nd hit off Garcia in the first inning. He's 2 for 6.
Now, your center fielder is always going to play a couple of steps to one side again because he wants to be able to see the ball when it gets into the hitting area. But that's not overplaying a lot, especially when you have good speed like Granderson does.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Wieters down to third. We'll foul that one. And a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Let's take a look at our Inside the Numbers brought to you by PNC. You see the rankings. Matt Wieters since August of 2011. With the home runs tied for second, RBIs 13th, on base percentage, slugging percentage 6th, OPS 9th, based on the 75 required plate appearances. Brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Matt Wieters picked it up at the end of last year and has continued early on this season with the offensive numbers. Good play by Russell Martin to hold Jones at second base. And a 2 ball, 2 strike count on Wieters. Jonesy talking with Jeter. A couple who have been to the All-Star game together.
And that's pretty significant when you talk about Matt Wieters, because Granderson hits 41 home runs. He hits 14 in 2010, and then the next year becomes a real home run threat. I mean, he always hit home runs, just a totally different hitter.
2-2 delivery to him. Wieters fouls it back.
And the one thing you have to understand, Matt Wieters, he's always figured it out, whatever level he's played. You know, last year, 339, the great year against left-handed pitching, 11 of the 22 home runs and only 121 at-bats. Left-handed, he hit 11 home runs and 375 at-bats. And I asked him probably about a week ago, I said, so what does that mean? He said, well, it means I work more hitting left-handed. And that may be over the course of the season, I feel better left-handed or right-handed. So I've always, as a switch hitter since age 5, to spend a little bit more time trying to get more proficient from the one side of the plate or the other. So maybe it's going to be a left-handed year. Not to mention his ability, we already know, to hit right-handed.
32-38, that ratio, not a particularly good one for Garcia, but he's worked through it. He has a 2-2 count on Wieters, and that's going to be in the dirt. Another wild pitch, and that's going to move the runner to third base. So 3 wild pitches in the game for Garcia, who had a grand total of 4 last year.
Well, you give up a double on the hanging curveball, so where do you want to throw it? Watch. He's going to bounce it. You're taught to finish your curveballs, and he does, but he bounces it, and Martin can't do much with it. You always get that reverse spin on the hook.
We've got to be setting some kind of a record now. This is the 8th 3-2 count that Garcia's had in this game, and we're only in the 4th inning. They're going to play it halfway in the infield and probably move in a little more in the pitch. Wieters' job now, get him home. And that's going to be inside. He draws the walk. That's 3 walks.
Yeah, and the reason you do that is because Matt Wieters doesn't have great speed. So with Joe Girardi, you kind of gamble that maybe he'll hit a ball at somebody. But even then, it would have been difficult because of the speed of Adam Jones at third.
And that will bring up Nick Johnson. Johnson came up in the 1st inning and had a runner on at third base, grounded out to second, comes up now with runners on at 1st and 3rd and nobody out. The Orange have a chance here at a big inning. Garcia will look for the double play ball as the infield will back up. He'll give up that run to get the 2 outs. Johnson will take it away for a ball. This has really been a struggle for Garcia. It's amazing that the ball game is only 2-1. He's walked 3, struck out a couple. He hasn't given up hits. The Orioles only have 3 hits in the game.
Well, he's pitched around a lot of guys.
Yeah. 1-0 delivery on the way. Johnson will take it, and he misses that one. Thought he might have had it. And the count goes to 2-0, and the Yankees, David Phelps is going to get up in the bullpen. So Nick Johnson looking to get an RBI. And the Yankees drawing a little time as Rothschild will go out to the mound. 74 pitches have been thrown by Garcia. They'll get there.
Well, if you pitch for the Yankees with their offensive capabilities, this is all about how do we stay out of a huge inning. And he's trending towards that because of his lack of command. And I'm sure Larry Rothschild, as we said, they had their lowest ERA since Clay Rapata, the Orioles saw him last year, did a nice job against lefties. In fact, a terrific job against left-handers. Very Rothschild, great pedigree, former manager. But they had their lowest ERA since 1985 with him at the helm and with their pitching staff.
Yankees finishing first, 6 games ahead in the division, and then losing in the division series. 2-0 count. Nick Johnson. Garcia. And he gets a strike on the outside corner. Didn't give in there.
And then Johnson looks right down. He knows that ball was off the corner. Wide plate tonight, as we've mentioned many times.
Jones at third base and Wieters on at first. The Orioles looking for a big inning against Garcia. Even with Johnson up, Granderson in center plays shallow. Here's the 2-1 delivery. That's way outside. Martin had to go snag that one. Chasing butterflies, and the count goes to 3-1.
And you could see Freddie Garcia go to his mouth, which you can do, because again the ball is that slick. But it's a good night well, tough for breaking balls because you can't get a grip, but if you're going to throw a fastball, the two-seamer, you feel more of it. More finger pressure on the seams.
3-ball, 1-strike delivery. Johnson down to first. Teixeira, there's one. They got to tag him at second. Here's the play at the plate, and they don't get him. And a runner moves to second as well. Jones scores. The Orioles take a 3-1 lead. As Teixeira went to the bag to get the out, that forced them to get Wieters in a tag, and Wieters smart enough to get into the rundown.
Yeah, and then of course Jeter thinks he's got to play at the plate to cut off the run. So take a look right here, and yep, that left foot didn't look like he got it with his hand, but he gets it with the left foot right there, and you can see the ball as he hits Russell Martin. And of course Garcia thought, hey, I made a pretty good pitch. Maybe I'm going to get an out or a double play. That doesn't happen. Does not transpire.
So the Orioles get a 3-1 lead, and Wieters gets down to second base, and only 1 out recorded. It's one of those defensive plays for Teixeira. You got to, before the ball's even hit, you have to have thought out, what am I going to do? The Yankees were playing back to get 2, and that's what he was going for, was the double play by getting the out at first and then a tag at second. But Wieters, when he stood up, crossed that up by forcing the rundown. So then they tried for the play at the plate and didn't get it. And that will give Reynolds a chance to drew a walk his first time up. They're going to call that, it is a fielder's choice. They're calling an error on Russell Martin and no RBI. That's a tough call. Reynolds 0-1 count, runner at second. And a strike on the outside corner, and boy, do they play him. Cano's right behind second base. Another one of these shifts on a right-handed batter that we've talked about.
A curveball slider to get ahead of Mark Reynolds. Well, a couple of shots to get another run.
Garcia, the 0-2 delivery, and that's going to be a wild pitch.
Boy, you can see it coming, Gary. It just doesn't look like he can grip the ball tonight. I mean, right out of his hand, you know he's going to bounce it. And boy, does he ever bounce it. I mean, the other batter's box. It looks like a splitter. You're trying to throw it down, just no command whatsoever.
So now the infield again is going to move in. They'll come more than halfway and may move even closer on the pitch.
Yeah, they're going to come where they think they could catch a ground ball, and again with Matt Wieters, not a lot of speed, still make the play at the plate.
Reynolds 1-2, and he'll go down swinging, trying to drive that ball, so Garcia will get his third strikeout.
See, that's where the inability to make contact. Mark Reynolds with 196 strikeouts. And again, it's just a ball out of the zone, and trying to get it in the air, can't do it. Situational hitting.
Chris Davis looking for the RBI with 2 down. So Garcia's equaled his season in total season of wild pitches last year, 4. He's done that tonight in 1 game and 4 innings. Davis, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Wieters on at third. The Orioles up by a score of 3-1.
They're slow and slower. That's the way they pitch Chris Davis. That's the book. So until either Freddie Garcia hangs a curveball or he looks for it, looks soft.
He'll be outside for a ball. R.A. Dickey, the knuckleball pitcher with the New York Mets, is on the public radio today on NPR. He had one of the great descriptions of a knuckleball I've ever heard. He called it a buck-toothed termite on its way to the plate.
Buck-toothed termite.
Buck-toothed termite. And his knuckleball is described as an angry knuckleball because he throws it about 10 miles an hour faster than most knuckleball pitchers have ever done.
When the Mets came in, he actually pitched the whale of the game a couple of years ago, and Tim Wakefield was 68 miles per hour. He was like in round 80.
That ground ball is towards the shift, knocked down, Jeter, and they make the play. It works. The shift was on, otherwise that's a base hit. The Orioles will get a run on a hit. Will leave a base runner on. That's a shortstop on the second base side to get the final out. Orioles up by 2. From Chinese Taipei for the Orioles.
Well, it didn't look good. Home run on a 3-1 pitch, hanging curveball to Swisher after Jeter homered and for a double, and you think, uh-oh. And then all of a sudden, he started making good pitches. He used all his pitches. He's pitched to both sides of the plate. A couple of good changeups. Probably that's supposed to be a second best off-speed pitch, but tonight it's been the breaking ball, and then the ability to pitch in and away to the Yankees, stay out of the middle of the plate. And he's got himself a 2-run lead going into the 5th inning.
All kinds of reporters on hand from Chinese Taipei, Taiwan.
Well, you've mentioned how big a deal it is. He's pitching for his, obviously for himself and for the team, but for his country. But again, it's huge because these guys are real good. There's no higher level than playing in the major leagues. And, again, the gumption and the nerve to come over and try to compete. And he's done a nice job. There's the changeup. Yeah.
He's retired 11 in a row as we go to the 5th inning. Jones flied out his first time up. 3-game hit streak for the designated hitter for the Yankees, Andrew Jones. And he will take the pitch down low.
And I think what I've seen is that the last time that Andrew Jones came up, he just missed a home run. So what does he do? He starts him off with a good changeup, then tries to get in on his hands. There's another changeup, hits the outside corner. So pitching, hitting, it's about adjusting. And again, if you're experienced and you have more than one pitch, and he certainly does, we're seeing him use them.
And he's locating his pitch.
Well, look at Wieters. Watch where the glove is.
That's the key for Chen. I mean, he's not going to overpower you. He's got that good 91-mile-an-hour fastball, but he's got to be able to move pitches for strikes. And when he can do that, he's very, very effective.
And then for Matt Wieters, for a big guy, he really presents a great target.
2-2, breaking ball. It's going to miss up high. So Jones, another full count in the ball game. It goes to 3-2. Jones trying to get on and break the streak. And nobody's been on since Rodriguez was hit by a pitch in the first inning. Here's the 3-2 delivery, and not here. He got him. That's 6 strikeouts.
Well, and that's a great 3-2 change. Totally unpredictable. Well presented, down and away, good late movement. Good fastball hitter, and you could see bat head already through the zone before the ball arrives.
There's Russell Martin. Martin will take the strike on the outside corner. Presents a tough option for hitters. We're talking about going to the plate with an idea. Generally, the idea is about either you're selecting a pitch, curveball, fastball, slider, something you're looking for, or you're going up there looking for location. But against Chen, trying to do either is tough. Martin gets the one he wanted. He's got a base hit, and that'll end the streak of 12 in a row that have been retired. Our game flow is presented by Red Lobster. It has been about Chen's start, no walks, 6 strikeouts, retiring 12 in a row until that single by Martin, and the Orioles getting the home run by Hardy and some help from the Yankees. Second run scored on a wild pitch and the third run on an error.
Yeah, he's gone from being wild in the strike zone, which is what the problem was in the first inning, where he gave up the home run to Jeter and the double to Swisher, to having pretty, what I would call, pinpoint control. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Gardner would try to drag a bunt here. Something he worked on all last, not only this winter, but last winter. And
very fast. Gardner take it for a strike. He was called out on strikes his first time up. So the Yankees and Orioles both have 3 hits in this ball game. At first base, Russell Martin, not particularly fast, but a pretty good base runner.
Yeah, he did steal 8 out of 10, but doesn't run a lot.
Davis holding him at first base, short lead. Gardner not showing any signs he wants to bunt. Will take the pitch down low. 1 ball, 1 strike on Gardner. Gardner with a .264 career batting average, hit .259 last year with the Yankees.
Yeah, boy, he'd love to get on with Derek Jeter on deck.
Only 1 away. Very tough to double him up with that speed. He has to hit a ball hard on the ground if you're going to get 2. Here's the 1-1 delivery to him to left field, base hit. Just shot that one out there. Played by Chavez. 2 on, 1 down. Top of the order coming up. Masson's 30 prizes in 30 days contest is going on now through May 5. Log on to Facebook.com/Masson Orioles and enter for your chance to win exclusive Orioles gear presented by your local Jeep and Dodge dealers. Derek Jeter.
Just yet what Joe Girardi ordered. Get up for Derek Jeter, as you mentioned, wore out lefties last year, almost 350.
So Jeter with runners on at first and second and only 1 away. So Chen, after retiring the 12 in a row, gives up back-to-back singles. And now we'll try and get the ground ball off Jeter. Jeter finished up last season hitting .259 with runners in scoring position. Knocked down Reynolds. He can only get 1, but he gets the 1. He was playing in. That's good for the second out.
Yeah, he was playing even with the bag, and I have no idea why, because Jeter's not going to bunt. I mean, he did sacrifice last night. So again, you can see right on the grass. But again, that actually makes it a little bit easier to get to that ball. Otherwise, it would have been a tough play. He might have gotten a force at second, even though Gardner can really get down there, where the tying runs move into scoring position. For Nick Swisher.
Nick Martin. Russell Martin goes over to third base. Gardner goes to second, and Nick Swisher will stand in. He has doubled and struck out. Swisher 205 last September. Finished up without a lot of hits on the season. 246 with runners in scoring position last year. That one to center field. Jones going back. He's got room. He's under it. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left in scoring position. And the Orioles lead it 3-1. Adjustments you were talking about.
Well, you know what? The home run, double, 3-1 count, hanging curveball, Nick Swisher after Jeter blasted over the center field fence, and you're going,
Yeah.
But entirely different pitch here. I did not see him much in the spring. Did see him throw, like the windup, like the command. He stayed out of the middle of the plate. He's really made some good pitches. And Dan Duquette, the new general manager for the Orioles, got to be saying it's all, as you mentioned, only a start, but you got to like the way he's going. He looks like he's got a nice windup. He's got really good presence on the mound, and again, the experience of pitching international baseball, Olympics, the Asian Games has allowed him to pitch against one of the best offenses, if not one of the best offenses in baseball, and do a great job.
And as Buck Showalter said before the game today, and this isn't the end, this is the beginning, and he's going to get the ball again no matter what happens in the game. Just a settling influence for him, and the Orioles have been able to take advantage of Garcia and the wildness tonight, the wild pitches that have helped set up the couple of runs in this game, along with the Hardy home run. Robert Andino, that's a strike call on the outside corner. Andino leading it off. He was a strikeout victim back in the second inning. Garcia, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Chen, no walks, 6 strikeouts. 3-3-0 for the Orioles, 4-1 for the Yankees.
And you'd just like to add some more offense. I mean, it never changes, especially against a team like the Yankees. Good thing about Robert Andino, and I think if he can hit like he did last year, you're probably going to see him attempt to steal more bases.
Got a hold of that one to center field. Granderson playing shallow, turns around on his horse. That's going to take a hop, and that's a triple.
Yep, you're right. Big break for the Yankees right there.
Another double for Andino.
And he smoked it. Granderson's playing, Curtis plays percentage baseball, what you should. But when you have a pitcher, we've seen Adam Jones, he sat on a curveball, he doubled up the gap, and this ball is just crushed. It's a hanger. So again, playing shallow, and of course you can't assume he's going to hang his curveball, but tonight has not been a real good night for Freddie Garcia, even though here going into the 5th, he only trails by 2 runs.
2 doubles in the ball game last night. Andino adds another, starting out hitting over 380 early in the season. And now Endy Chavez, A-Rod charging at third base. Shows bunt, takes it up high.
And Derek Jeter is we see Clay Rapata, left-handed specialist. Jeter's right behind him, so he's not going to get much of a lead.
Jeter's going to try and hold him close. A-Rod's going to play that 45-degree angle at third base, trying to watch the runner and the hitter. 1-0 delivery. Endy Chavez will take the strike. Teixeira charging in. Andino's got pretty good speed. And he wants to bunt it down to third base, force A-Rod to have to play it. If you go to first base, Teixeira's charging. A-Rod would go back to the bag, and they would try and get a play on Andino going to third.
Or you can let him swing away, and this is what you do. Batting practice, man on second, get him over. Of course, it's a little bit different when you have it's the real deal. The game.
1-1, dropped it, third base, perfect bunt. Martin up, but a hurry. Nice play to get him, and a real good sacrifice.
Boy, what a nice play by Martin. Terrific bunt. Tells you how agile Russell Martin is. Again, coming off knee and hip the year before last. He's got to go a long way. Good angle, though. Again, bat out in front of home plate. Oh, what a great camera angle. And just deadening the ball, and goes another 2 or 3 feet. He's got a base hit.
Just a beautiful bunt. That moves Andino over to third base. It also moves the infield in. J.J. Hardy, a home run, and he is grounded out. And we'll take the slider on the outside corner for a strike. Well, the Orioles looking to add another one here against Garcia, who's up to 92 pitches thrown so far.
Yeah, fly ball. That's what you're trying to do here. Get one in the air. And, of course, Hardy, a better fastball hitter, already with the home run. Fastball in the middle of the plate, back in the first. They're going to come in.
And almost.
Well, that is part of the game. You really can't afford to give up another run, and you've got J.J. Hardy. He's going to try to cover the outside portion of the plate, and Freddie's just going to buzz him off the plate, because this sets up the breaking ball, which is really the way they want to get him out.
The Orioles have gone 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position tonight, even though they've got 3 runs up, 1 on an error, 1 on the wild pitch, and 1 on the Hardy homer. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery. Hardy, ground ball to short. Runner's going to stay. So not going on contact. And the drawn-in infield works. And there are 2 down. PNC postgame tune-in. Tonight, the analysis from Jim and Rick after the ball game, the manager and the press conference, player interviews and more, brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you.
So 2 for 15 last night, now 0 for 5. Really good breaking pitch right there. JJ chased it. Here comes Girardi. They want to win. They started out 0-3, lefty versus lefty. Garcia right around 100 at 94 pitches. Got to go to the bullpen.
Only 4 2/3 innings for Garcia, even though he surrenders. Well, let's wait.
Well, maybe not.
Maybe not. Nope, he just had a very quick word, and he's coming back. So Nick Markakis, who is 5 for 14 with a home run lifetime off Garcia, will get the at-bat. Yankees setting their D. And a real quick comment made.
Get him out.
Get him out. And then turned around and walked away. So Markakis will try for the 2-out RBI. And the pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
So yeah, again, the plate is so wide for both teams. I just don't understand with all the camera now, why they don't make umpires a little more accountable. I mean, everybody knows the ball's off the plate. And Tim Wilkie's been around a long time, good umpire, well respected, but don't do that, Tim. That might be a good place to start.
Here's the 0-1 delivery, foul back. Second time that David Phelps has been up. Well, we've heard it forever in baseball. We've heard every umpire has their own strike zone. That has never made any sense to me, and I have the greatest respect for umpires.
Oh, it's a tough job.
But they've always said every umpire has their own strike zone. You have to find out what it is. There's only one strike zone. It's in the rule book. It's defined, and there's a picture of it. But
well, the game evolved to where they want him to call the ball over the plate.
Yep.
And he's not doing that tonight.
That's going to be another wild pitch, and another run scores. And Garcia is his own worst enemy as the Orioles take a 4-1 lead on The 5th wild pitch of the game.
But he just can't control the split-fingered fastball, and I think the weather, you called it. I mean, only had 4 all last year, so Andino doubles. The ball just tumbles out of your hand. You get the top spin on it, and he just bounces it. Simple as that. He has turned Russell Martin, who is very adept at blocking balls, into looking like a guy that, and you could see, I mean, this, no chance. You don't even know how. I mean, you work on it all spring, but I mean, that's 80 miles per hour somewhere at Nick Markakis' feet. And there's another
one.
Yeah.
And that one hit him. I think it's about time for a pitching change. 5 wild pitches, a hit batter. The Orioles have scored 4 runs in this game, while they've gone 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. And that will be it for Garcia in one of the more difficult starts he has had.
Well, pitching is so much feel and touch and commanding your stuff, and just a frustrating night for Freddie.
One unearned run. The others, wild pitches and a homer by Hardy. For Garcia of the Yankees compared to Chen of the Orioles.
Well, it really is, and you know, he just couldn't command his stuff, kept bouncing the breaking ball and whatever, and the Orioles kind of took advantage of it. So again, a very I mean, here's a guy that again had a 2.33 ERA here, so very uncomfortable. David Felf comes in, major league debut a couple of years ago, their minor league pitcher of the year, so he comes in. And, of course, he came in down in Tampa Bay, retired the 2 guys he faced, and he goes, well, what do you expect? It's just baseball. I mean, they're hitters. I'm a pitcher, and let's see what happens.
There you go.
You're a pitcher, and this is Adam Jones. He doubled the last time up.
As Buck Showalter likes to say, let's throw the bat and balls in the field and see what the guys have in store for us today. And a strike taken at the knees. Jones with a double, and he is flied out. The Orioles with a run in, and Dino led it off with a double. Got moved up in the sacrifice by Andy Chavez. Hardy grounded out. Then Markakis would be hit by a pitch. He's on, and the wild pitch would score the Orioles' 4th run. And the pitch will be taken away.
And that really does make a lot of sense, because most people that end up being professional athletes have competed all their lives. They usually, if you're whatever sport, basketball or football, you know, when you started playing, you played with the big boys, and they were better, and you figured it out, and then you start in A ball. You know, for the first time, you may be 18, and other kids are 19 or 20, and you try to figure it out. Then you go to Double A or the big leagues. It is.
That's how you get here.
Yeah, and then you got to figure out what you need to do to stay here, and then you got to figure out what you need to do to be successful.
25 years old. Selected by the Yankees, 14th round back in 2008, and played 4 years in the Yankees organization, moving his way up. And now with the opportunity at the big league level out of St. Louis, Missouri. 1 ball, 1 strikeout. Adam Jones, and takes it for a strike. It's been a very strange game in regard to Garcia's inability to throw strikes or even keep it in the glove of his catcher, who resulted in all those wild pitches and then an error, a tough error charged to Martin on the run scored by Adam Jones in the 4th inning. Orioles have just kind of waited around for the Yankees to give them another run, and the pitch is outside. 2 ball, 2 strike count.
Well, the one thing about David Phelps, we can see 91, 92, he does not walk a lot of guys at the minor league level. He gives up usually around about a hit an inning, but 26 walks in 107 innings. So at least the ability to throw it over the plate.
Jones protecting.
And that one right on the corner.
In his minor league career, he had a 4-to-1 ratio in the strikeouts to walks. He struck out 410 and walked only 112 in the years that's combined all his minor league games. Predominantly a starting pitcher, 86 out of 87 minor league appearances. 2 ball, 2 strike delivery. Jones up the middle. Jeter flips and gets the out with Cano at second base. So the Orioles come away with a run, and Dino with that leadoff double. Now Chen will go back out with a 4-1 lead. Against the Yankees, and a great matchup. Jake Arrieta, after that magnificent start in his opener, will take the mound against CC Sabathia, who struggled. Our coverage on MASN HD begins at 6:30 with those extra, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN. Arrieta was just untouchable in that start. CC Sabathia got touched up.
Well, he did, and but we know he's an awfully good pitcher. At Jake Arrieta, of course, his first major league start was against the Yankees. So CC, I told him, I said, you look emaciated. He's lost 20-30 pounds. Egg whites.
The Yankee notes have him listed as crab cakes. That's where the 2 C's come from.
Oh,
this is the Yankee notes now.
Yes, okay.
Crab cakes.
Well, we're in Baltimore.
16-2 against the Orioles. 2.74 ERA.
So he's due to struggle.
If the weather's like this, he may.
Well, yes.
However, Mr. Chen has not struggled with the weather.
No, he hasn't. But what it'll be interesting to see if it affects him is the long inning, because it was a long inning. And of course, the other thing that can affect you is Cano leading off. And
goes to second, and Dino can't get it. And that's going to be a base hit. So Cano leads it off with a single, and that'll be the 3rd Yankee hit of the last 4 hitters. Talk about Chen and the World Baseball Classic that's brought so many more players in. 2013, the next World Classic will be held. 4 preliminary sites, 16 total teams, a 6-game double elimination. 4 winning teams join the existing 12 already selected from the 09 Classic. And the full tournament with a field of 16 teams will be played in March of next year. Germany, Panama, Taiwan, and Jupiter, Florida will be the sites for the preliminary rounds.
Oh, Roger Dean Stadium.
Here's A-Rod. He's been hit by a pitch and struck out. And the pitch is taken down low for a ball.
So a long time on the bench, and then we found, and Wei-Yin Chen is going to find out that the breaking ball in the middle of the plate to Robinson Cano is going to get hit very hard.
A-Rod's got an 0 for 5 in the 2 games so far against the Orioles. Cano on first, nobody out. 1-0 delivery. A-Rod on a big cut.
Well, that's the pitch that's the last couple of innings, that changeup. You'd love to have him roll over and maybe bounce into a double play. There's the other side of the coin for Alex Rodriguez and Wei-Yin Chen is that he has 629 home runs.
Here's the 1-1 delivered. Just looking at the teams in that preliminary round of the World Baseball Classic, it's expanded. They've expanded it 12 new countries. They're going to have in the preliminary rounds Canada, the Czech Republic, Germany, Great Britain, France, Israel, South Africa, and Spain. They're all going to be involved in the early participating rounds.
Does it give you a date?
They haven't played much baseball.
No.
2-1 delivery in the way. That ball's in the air to right field. Nick Markakis going back near the warning track. Reaching. He's got it. All the way to second. Cano will go all the way back to first base. Nice play by Markakis, who had to track that one down. The Mid-Atlantic Sports Report. Tune in. You'll see it. 4:30 to 6:30. Tom Davis, Mel Antonin, Phil Wood, Dave Johnson. All the news in the world of baseball. Live interviews, batting practice, and more. The Mid-Atlantic Sports Report tomorrow.
Yeah, that ball went a long way. Of course, Alex Rodriguez hit it. Looked like Nick Markakis. Anytime your outfielder, if you're on the mound, starts looking at the wall, you get a little nervous. But he was able to corral it.
Here's Mark Teixeira. Teixeira's flied out twice, left and center. Chen gets it in there for a strike. Granderson waiting on deck. Cano with a leadoff single. On at first base. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and that will be taken away. Chen 13 out of 22 in first pitch strikes thrown so far in the ball game. A tough first inning. Jeter led it off, a home run in Chen's major league debut. The first batter to face him. Swisher followed with a double, and he hit Rodriguez with only 1 out, but then he settled it in.
Well, he made a real good pitch to Mark Teixeira, who's at the plate now. I mean, it was a 3-1, so he's behind him, and he got him to hit a towering fly ball to left field off the end of the bat. Just got it on the outside portion of the plate.
First cancellation of the season. Chicago playing at Cleveland, postponed. 1 ball, 1 strikeout on Teixeira. Not a big lead at first for Cano. My.
Well, a hanging changeup, but again, it's arm speed. You can sell a changeup if your arm doesn't slow down. I mean, he hangs it. That can be pretty hittable because anytime the ball's up in the zone, the hitter not that hard to elevate. And we know Teixeira can elevate. What, 15 home runs against left-handed pitching last year?
Chen, see what he does here ahead on the count. Here's the 1-2, and he'll throw the fastball up and away. A 2-ball, 2-strike count. Yankees doing what they have done repeatedly over the last decade and a half, it seems like. They are the team that takes the most pitches per plate appearance usually. They're third right now in the new season. And they've drawn more walks coming into today, 25, than any other team in the majors. Tonight, though, Chen has not walked anybody. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Teixeira with a slow roller foul. Orioles hope it'll be the rubber match of the 3-game set. It's being set up for tomorrow for Arrieta and Sabathia tomorrow night. 6:30 O's extra, 7 o'clock for the game. Girardi, his ball club, getting their first win last night. Buck Showalter's team looking for their 4th in this game. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Cano has not extended his lead. 2-2 delivery. That's going to go by the glove of Hardy for a base hit. So Teixeira gets his first hit of the ball game, first and second with one away.
Yeah, they play him the pull, and he just pretty much hits it straight away. But again, when you're big, strong, you hit it a little bit harder. And he's able to get it by J.J. Hardy. Boy, loves to get the arms extended, and you could see right there, and just can't get to it. If he does, probably going to be a double play.
Curtis Granderson. Yankees threatening again.
And the Oriole bullpen with the pitch count getting at 90. So he struck out on a high curveball, and that's a pitch that, you know, a lot of times he will drive.
Yankees out hitting the Orioles 6-4 in the ball game. Granderson 0 for 2 has struck out and flied out. And inside to Curtis Granderson. And the Orioles bullpen active. Matt Lindstrom. Chen with Jones waiting on deck, looking for the ground ball from Granderson to try and turn two. And that will catch the outside corner, so high and in, then low and away on Granderson.
Well, he's made some nice pitches down and away to lefties and to right-handers.
Granderson had 21 home runs last year. Hit at home, 20 on the road. Big power season for him. Pitch is taken up high.
Well, we talked about the second, really from August on. He had 14 home runs in 2010, and his hitting instructor Kevin Long. I mean, if you watch from this angle, watch where he gets his hands really loaded. Just took his hands a little bit farther back, and he's already in a hitting position.
Runners off first and second base. Chen, 2-1 delivery. And the count will go to 3-1. Dangerous territory now. Three ball, one strike count. Only one away in the sixth inning. Runners stay. 3-1 pitch. Breaking ball. Did he go? No. They're loaded.
Yeah, not a bad pitch, but again, Curtis Granderson, a little different hitter than you've ever seen before.
The first walk he surrendered in the ball game will load the bases up for Andrew Jones and bring Adair to the mound for the Orioles. Rick Adair, the pitching coach, out. No interpreter out there. Buck Showalter was talking about that before the game, saying it's gone real well, he said, as far as communicating with Chen.
Well, I get the feeling, and I think we saw it the second time he faced Andrew Jones after he almost hit a home run. He stayed away from that hot zone. You know, we saw the home run last night. He hit off of Darren O'Day, inside middle. And the last time up, able to command his changeup down and away.
5 grand slams lifetime, only one away. He is struck out, flied out, and puts that one in the air and not deep. Cano is going to tag. Markakis has got it. Cano's coming. Here's the throw to the plate and just missed. Cano kind of deked on that as though he wasn't going to go, and then charged home. It'll be a sac fly for Jones to make it a 4-2 game.
Well, less than 2 outs. That's what you're trying to do. You talked about grand slams, situational hitting. Get the ball in the air, add some runs. There's the throw, and very close. Sweet tag. We know Matt Wieters, those long arms, very adept at doing that.
And moving over to third base, Mark Teixeira. Runners at first and third now with 2 down. And here is Russell Martin. He has struck out and singled.
And stayed inside the fastball and just pinged it into center field after striking out up and in the first time.
Outside for a ball. Andrew Jones picking up the RBI, his third of the year. Chen being left in by Buck Showalter to work his way through a very tough situation. The bases loaded and only one away. Now first and third and two down. Martin's single came in the fifth inning, and he's been called out on strikes. Fastball will miss away, and it goes to 2-0.
Well, the pitch count now right around 100. And then you have the lefty Gardner, who has already taken a breaking ball and singled in the left the last time up. And
potential tying run on at first base for the Yankees. Chen's delivered. Boxed by Wieters, and he falls behind 3-0. So in danger of loading him again with Gardner due up.
Well, the pitch count again, it's got to the point, and we've seen him first walk. Tried to make some good pitches, actually executed, but a little bit out of the zone. We talked all night, that's what the Yankees do. They don't swing at balls, very rarely, unless you get them 2 strikes. And certainly not the case here, 3-0.
Russell Martin waiting on it, taking it. It's there. Teixeira's on at third base. Granderson on at first. First walk of the ball game picked up by Granderson. First walk for the Yankees, and he can fly. Martin 3-1. Anderson not going. Martin the ground ball to third. Reynolds not going to get him, and a run will score, and it's a 1-run ball game, 4-3.
Happy you could see it coming. Works on his defense, but it's not an easy play. You got to pick a hop, and right there he doesn't. He takes the short hop. And again, I've played with one of the greatest ever, Brooks Robinson, with 16. Again, his momentum and his softness of his hands, but that ball just caroms too far. Martin runs too well.
The error charge, the second of the season. And the Yankees have the potential tying run at second base with 2 down. Granderson at second. Martin's on at first, reaching on the error. And here's Gardner. Gardner has singled and struck out. Chen battling here in the 6th inning, trying to keep that lead. Gardner's not going to let him. Into right. Markakis coming around to score. Granderson, ball game is tied. ...101 pitches, and a tough way to leave for Chen.
Yeah, Gardner, who he can hit. Couple of base hits his last time, just gets a fastball middle of the plate, ties it up 4-4.
The Yankees 4 runs on 7 hits in the ball game, and Chen's debut is over, and a lot of it very, very good. Ball game. 1 point. He had retired 12 Yankees in a row. They have just run out of gas here in the 6th. There's his line, 101 pitches.
Yeah, and then the Orioles give him, because of the Reynolds error, the extra out. You can't do that against the Yankees. So Lindstrom against Jeter. They don't have much history. 0 for 1. And Lindstrom coming over along with Jason Hamill from Colorado for Jeremy Guthrie.
Yankees with runners at first and third. Martin at third. Gardner at first. Gardner picking up the game-tying RBI, his second of the year. Now Derek Jeter homered in the first inning. Jeter 1 for 3. Reynolds even with the bag at third. 2 down. And the look, no play.
Well, you know, Buck Showalter was talking about the fact that Major League Baseball, actually, they thought they had enough votes to outlaw them, make it a balk. But it didn't happen.
And every year one of them works, so it keeps going. Throw over this time. Gardner back. Gardner, of course, is a base stealer. Now you got the go-ahead, potential go-ahead runners down there at third base with Jeter at the plate.
And Wieters throws well. 49 steals.
You certainly would not think he'd be running here.
Nope, not would take the bat out of Jeter's hand.
And the pitch is there for a strike. But Gardner wants to attract as much attention from Lindstrom as he can, hoping to get a better pitch for Jeter to heat.
Yeah, Matt Lindstrom throws in the mid-90s. Slider. He's got a splitter, and again the fastball, that one at 95.
Oh, one delivery in the way. Jeter will take it. Inning could have, should have been over. With Martin's ground ball to third base, that would have given Chen a chance to have that lead. But the error has kept it alive, and now the Yankees are trying to take advantage of it and get the lead themselves. 3 runs in here in the 6th. All started with a Cano base hit. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Jeter will take it outside. Wieters again having to block.
Yep, and that's what he does about as well as anybody. Gold Glove caliber. That's why he got it. I'm talking to Alex Aviles, who's a terrific catcher for the Tigers, and he told me in Jupiter, he said, everybody says, why didn't you get the Gold Glove? And he said very simply, he said, have you ever seen Matt Wieters catch?
Good answer.
It really is. He said, and he meant it. I mean, he's honest. He goes, he said he can really catch. That's from another catcher, and a good one.
2 ball, 1 strike delivery in the way. That's going to be outside. Lindstrom falls behind on Jeter. 3 balls and 1 strike. Swisher waiting on deck. Long inning for the Orioles. This is the 8th Yankee to come to the plate in the 6th, as they have put up 3 singles, a walk, an error, and a sac fly, all part of the inning. 3-1 the count. Jeter will go after it, a chopper to short. Play's going to be made by Hardy, and that will retire the side. But the Yankees will come across with 3 runs, 2 of them earned, doing it on the 3 hits and error, and have tied the ball game up at 4. Jason Birkin, who spent a lot of time with the Orioles last year, his debut, AAA Norfolk, 4 innings, gave up no earned runs, 6 hits, a walk, and 2 strikeouts, was not involved in the decision against Gwinnett. So Jason Birkin, another one of the Oriole pitchers, trying to get ready in case.
Yeah, the word I got, Chris Tillman struggled. Steve Johnson, son of Dave Johnson, former Oriole pitcher, actually pitched, I think, 1 hit in 5 innings. So pretty competitive bunch down there at AAA.
Our minor league report brought to you by PNC for the achiever in you. Here's Matt Wieters. So the Orioles have got a battle back again. They trailed in the first inning on the Jeter home run. Hardy tied it up with a homer, and the Orioles scored on a wild pitch to take the lead in the first. And then it built it up to 4-1. Yankees back to tie it up. Wieters with a single, and he has drawn a walk. So through all of the night for Freddie Garcia, he's non-decision. 4 2/3 innings, 4 runs, 3 earned, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, 5 wild pitches, a home run. And he gets an ND.
Well, again, the 0 for 5, as you mentioned, with runners in scoring position certainly helped him out. So the Orioles are now in these first 2 games 2 for 20. Makes it much more difficult to score runs.
Inside. Phelps out of the bullpen. Boone Logan is in the Yankee pen.
Yeah, we've already seen Rapata, so they have 2 lefties. The Orioles only Troy Patton.
The 2-2 delivery, and that's going to be down the line and foul.
Yeah, a little slider, and Matt Wieters all over it.
Our Subway game flow has been about Chen's middle of the second inning on through the 5th, where he retired the 12 in a row and had the 4-1 lead, and then the Yankees in the 6th inning come away with 3 runs, 3 hits, an error, leave a couple on, and tie the ball game up. 4-7-1 for the Yankees, 4-4-1 for the Orioles. And Wieters a chopper to third. A-Rod charging. Had trouble in the glove with it, but gets it there in time.
Yeah, he's so big by the time he actually does get a handle on it, he's almost at the pitcher's mound. And then throws a BB.
So Wieters out of there. Johnson and Reynolds due up for the Orioles.
Good pitch by David Phelps. Just ran it away. You can see how, he's got a pretty conventional windup. As you mentioned, it throws a lot of strikes. 90, 92 miles per hour. There's another one.
Nick Johnson, the Orioles DH, has grounded out twice. He's trying to get one up in the air here tonight. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and Nick will take it, and that's another strike at the knees, and quickly behind on the count 0-2.
Fastball changeup. It's nice when you can throw those pitches over.
And wants the signs again from Russell Martin. And the 0-2 delivery, and Johnson will take it inside. 1-2. So the grinded out games that we see in the Eastern Division of the American Leagues have started. They did last night in the 6-2 ball game that the Yankees won, and again here in this one, and he's gone.
Yeah, late movement. Little two-seamer. You started at the hitter's knee. That's Nick Johnson in this case. And watch the ball run back. Look at the glove. Just enough movement. And Nick gives up on it. Comes back. Little Greg Maddux right there.
Well, Phelps has retired the 3 he's faced since coming out of the bullpen. Mark Reynolds has struck out and drawn a walk in the game. Reynolds now with 4 strikeouts, 2 walks in the young season. Couple of hits in 11 at bats. 2 down, nobody on. Strike thrower gets it in again. You better come up hitting with this right-hander by the looks of it.
But again, we've already seen a little slider, we've seen a changeup, and we've seen a lot of strikes. There's another one. Nope, didn't get the call.
1 ball, 1 strike on Reynolds. This wind has really been swirling around tonight, and it's a cold wind. Big cut. 1-2.
Yeah, I can't really tell whether that's a slider or just a changeup where the bottom drops out. I got it listed as a changeup, but again, it's about 6-7 miles per hour slower. That's what pitching's about, changing speeds.
And this is gone, and he knew it. So Phelps putting on a show here as he gets a couple of strikeouts, retires the side in order. 6 complete, tie game.
You guys are getting. You guys get the opportunity to play in Camden Yards, which is a major league ballpark. So relish the opportunity for all 8 teams. Good luck to everybody, but relish the opportunity, and hopefully you guys are one of my teammates one day.
Adam Jones, part of a press conference today in the announcement that the Baltimore City Public Schools Baseball Championship indeed will be held here at Camden Yards. That announcement made today. And we wish the kids well. It's a great opportunity and a great.
Is it ever?
Yeah. The Orioles participating in that. And that is a strike taken as we go to the 7th inning of a tie ball game. Nick Swisher, Cano, and Rodriguez. Matt Lidstrom on the mound. Swisher had a double in the first inning, has since struck out and flied out. And a big cut as Lidstrom made him up on that.
Oh, yeah. What a great breaking ball. Luis Ayala with the Yankees helped him with his slider. The bottom drops out of that one straight down. So 1 away, 1 down and in.
Swisher's had the 1 hit in 6 at-bats in the first 2 games, and that one hit him. He was swinging. I don't know where that went. I guess it got him. He gets up and limps towards first base.
Well, they asked Paul Schreiber, did he swing? And this is what he's supposed to be looking at. And the bat actually, that's a swing. So he swung at it, and Matt Wieters asked. Of course, Schreiber didn't have a good night last night. I mean, that's definitely a swing.
I think that's why Buck Showalter's coming out here. Tim Welke, the home plate umpire, did not make a call. And looked down to third for help on that.
Well, this is what Paul Schreiber's supposed to be looking at. Now, again, the bat is way out in front of home plate. Doesn't have to break his wrist. It's how far the bat travels. Take a look. There's home plate. The bat is almost pointing right at the umpire. That's a swing. He just got it wrong. And if you swing at it, then the ball's in play.
So he goes down. It was kind of a late reaction there. I guess it got him on that back foot.
Well, kind of like the old left-handed slider at the right-hander's back foot. Well, that's what Lindstrom was able to do. Threw him 3 in a row, and the last one he swung at it, but it hit him in the back foot because it was that good.
If he steals a base here, he's put on a good show. Here's Cano. He is single, 1 for 3. Flied out to center and flied out to left.
We have a scoop if he steals a base.
Yes, we do. He's limping over there. grabbing onto that toe. 1-0 count. He represents the potential go-ahead run. Leadoff man on here in the 7th inning.
Well, your normal lead's about 2.5 steps. If he takes 2.5 steps, he's going to be in foul territory. That's how small his lead is.
Trying to put weight on that left foot. Cano to be followed by Rodriguez. Lidstrom with a job in front of him. That'll be fouled away. 3-run lead the Orioles had has gone. And now can the Yankees here in the 7th inning get Swisher around to take the lead in the ball game again, something they've not had since the 1st inning.
A pretty formidable group coming up.
That's a good strike on the fastball. 6 have been left on base by the Yankees tonight. The Orioles have stranded only 3, 2 of those in scoring position. The Yankees have left 4 in scoring position through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings. They were struggling to get a runner on against Chen. Down to 3rd, a fair ball right over the bag. Chased down Chavez, his Swisher. He's running pretty good. Here's the throw. They got a chance at the plate. Wieters waiting on him. He is out.
Well, I'll tell you, first of all, the Orioles executed really well. And then Rob Thompson, the third base coach, kind of wondering what he's thinking. Swisher gets hit by a pitch. Cano, I mean, this is why Cano's going to win a batting title. Right over the bag. There's your double. Nobody out. You don't want a guy thrown out. Now, right here, hit the cutoff man. And watch the tag by Wieters. Perfect throw. The sweep tag. You can see Tim Welke is going to call him out. Looks like a prize fight right here. Trying to get to that outside corner, right in the rib cage.
Boy, did Wieters look how he takes everything away at the exact moment. Keep yourself out of collision territory until you get the ball and then come back across. He had nowhere to go. So there's the first out. Here's Rodriguez, a runner on at second base. The double by Cano, his second hit, but the Orioles D on a great relay throw by Hardy gets the out at the plate.
Well, how about that bat control from Robinson Cano?
He's at second, 2 for 4 in the game. Now he represents the potential go-ahead run. Rodriguez looking for his first hit of the series. Wieters will block that one. Rodriguez has gone 0 for 6 in the 2 games. Been a tough night with runners in scoring position for both teams. And Dino's going to hold Cano as close as he can. Check swing, foul ball right at the plate. Tried to pull the bat back, couldn't do it. One ball, 2 strike count. Time to text in your vote for the AT&T Player of the Game. Chen, the starter for the Orioles. J.J. Hardy, who's had the home run in the ball game, and Derek Jeter, he's had a homer in the game. Text in your vote, A, B, or C, 318-26. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Lidstrom. Rodriguez keeps it that way with a foul ball.
Well, this is the best stuff I've seen Matt Lindstrom have. I mean, I heard about his arm at, living in South Florida with the Marlins throwing 100 miles per hour. Maybe he doesn't throw that hard, but his slider is devastating.
Cano watching Andino a bit behind him, holding the bag. Here's the 1-2 delivery again, and that one's going to be fouled back again.
Almost got it by him. Pretty much out of the glove of Matt Wieters. Just flicks it foul. And he can also flick him out of here. Only 99 games for Alex Rodriguez last year. The knee problems. So he'll turn, what, 37 this summer. Derek Jeter will turn 38.
1-2 delivery on the way and just missed outside. A-Rod leaning out to look at it. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count from Lidstrom.
Yeah, Gary, that was one of those takes. If you're on the mound, you see that. He looked like he was almost looking for that.
Yep. Good battle going on here. Lidstrom and Rodriguez with only one away. Good speed at second and Cano. Outfield deep. And took a little off that, and another 3-2 count.
It just missed, got a little bit under it, so it's going to be a little flatter. So it just stays up and it's a little bit outside.
Rodriguez 0 for 2 off Lidstrom. Cano edging off second base. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and got him! That may have crossed up Wieters, who made an unusual move behind the plate. A-Rod can't believe it.
Well, the ball dove back. It looks like he's sitting on a slider, talking about Matt Wieters. And then he does cross him up. Tim Walke's going to say it had the plate. It might have, but he caught it so unusually. Joe Girardi, former catcher, is going, how did he ever catch this ball? See right there, that's when he recognized it. And it's almost like Matt Wieters blocks out the umpire. This ball off the plate. I mean, very rarely will you ever see a ball like that received that way called a strike. But it kind of tells you about the strike zone tonight.
How did he catch that, though?
Well, that's another hole.
Wow. Almost broke his wrist. Now Teixeira. The shift is on. 2 down in the 7th inning with Cano still at second base. Cano's 0 for 4. Had been 0 for 4 against Lidstrom prior to the double. They got Swisher 7-6-2 at the plate for the first out. Now Teixeira. Wieters fakes the throw down to second base. Teixeira's 3 for 4 off Matt Lidstrom.
You know, normally when you cross up a guy throwing 95, that ball's all the way to the backstop. Especially when he's looking for something about 10 miles per hour slower.
I don't know I've ever seen a catcher do that.
Uh-oh.
That is high and deep and foul.
I didn't like the sound.
Teixeira 1-2. Ball game tied at 4 here in the 7th inning. And Lidstrom asks Wieters to go through it again. And that will be down low. Wieters blocking that one as well.
Yeah, you're so right about the Yankees and the Orioles, a grind out type of game. Since 2009, 55 games they've played. The Yankees are 140. They're used to winning these games. Orioles need to change that.
Yep.
And that could be either on the mound or maybe the clutch hit. A lot of ways to beat it.
2-2, and he got him. So Lidstrom, with the help from his D, takes us into the 7th inning stretch in a tie game. Our stretch brought to you by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. Fly straight, drink. produced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. 7th inning stretch time here at Camden Yards. Ball game tied at 4 in an inning in which you saw two great defensive plays made. One on the Chavez to Hardy to Wieters to get the out at the plate, and the other on Matt Wieters with I don't know how he caught that ball and it didn't result in the wild pitch.
I think it just reacted to it, and maybe that's why they gave him the Gold Glove. But, you know, again, this is a game the Orioles need to win. You talked about tomorrow night, Arrieta for the Orioles, Sabathia 16-2 against the Orioles lifetime. Got to grind it out. Some way you got to trigger out how can we beat the Yankees. And again, it could be a multitude of ways, but whether it's a big hit or whatever, when the Orioles are going to change their fortune, especially against a team that just usually owns them, they're going to have to do little things and figure out how to win a ball game.
And they got to find a way to get a hit with a runner in scoring position. You got to get the runner there first, but they've had an over in that tonight. So fortunate they have 4 runs up on the board. The wild pitches by Garcia and an error by the Yankees help score those runs. Here is Chris Davis, and Davis will take the pitch for a strike. Davis has struck out and grounded out. Andino and then Chavez are due up for the Orioles in the bottom half of the 7th inning. And he'll take a cut and miss on that one. 24,659 tonight, 24,659, and they've been rocking and rolling. This ball game's had a lot of unusual twists and turns already. And he got him. Boy, Phelps has come on, and that's 3 strikeouts in a row for him.
Well, he's just pitching. I mean, he throw a curveball, first one we've seen. He runs that fastball at your hip. You're a left-handed hitter. Did it to Nick Johnson. Good movement, pretty good velocity, certainly enough to get hitters out. Then he's got to change them. So if you can throw 3 pitches, stay out of the middle of the plate, change speeds, that's how you get to the big leagues.
And against Andino, he'll start him out with a pitch away. Andino, a strikeout victim, doubled in the 5th inning, and he would come around to score on a wild pitch. Hardy's had the home run for the Orioles. That's the only RBI. The others have been wild pitches and an error, allowing the Orioles to have at one point a 4-1 lead before the Yankees came back to tie it up with a 3-run 6th inning. Phelps with a 1-ball 1-strike count on Andino. That's in the dirt, 2-1.
So if you get a young pitcher like Dave Phelps, he comes up at 4th best pitching in the American League. The Yankees last year, 2nd best offense. Rafael Soriano is healthy. Larry Rothschild talking about him. There's your pitching coach. You got Dave Robertson. We saw him last night. Again, to get to the 42-year-old Mariano Rivera with 603 saves.
And Phelps is obviously a real good long man in the bullpen. As we mentioned, he was a starter in his minor league career. So you've got one of those starter go to the bullpen situations, and perfect for a game like tonight. Garcia worked 4 2/3 innings. A check swing down the line that's going to be a foul ball.
Yeah, it would have been another double for Robert Andino, even if it would be an excuse me variety.
Orioles have just 4 hits in the ball game. Wieters single, double by Jones, double by Andino, and the homer by Hardy.
With all the wild pitches, the 5 from Freddie Garcia did look and seem like he pitched around a lot of guys just because of the count.
Another 3-2 count in this game, and he struck him out, and Andino's not arguing that one. 4 strikeouts in a row. 2 down, 7th inning. Yankees return to Camden Yards to take on the Orioles for a brief 2-game series on Monday, May 14 and 15. Tickets remain for each game but won't last. You can be part of the 20th anniversary season here at Camden Yards. Get your tickets in advance. Go to Orioles.com. All 4 strikeouts have been called, by the way. Here's Endy Chavez, and he takes it for a strike. Chavez 0 for 2 in a sacrifice, setting up the Orioles run in the 5th inning.
And talk about being ready to pitch.
Oof.
Dave Phelps just throws it over and give me the ball. Watch him. Look how quickly he's going to get. Straightens the pants. Right there, ready to go.
25 years old. Here's the 1-1 delivery in the way. Chavez pops it up. Shallow center. Jeter back. And he's got it. And a 1-2-3 inning, 7 complete at Camden Yards. Ball game yet to be decided. We are tied at 4.
After the Jeter home run, will hit his second of the year to tie it up 1-1. And then all kinds of plays today. The drop throw by Martin. Tough error, though, as Adam Jones will give the Orioles the lead. And then the Yankees come back. Chen pitches extremely well. And then the great defense. Chavez to Hardy. Great tag by Wieters. The Yankees try to get the go-ahead run. So the 3 runs in the 6th inning. Hardy hits the home run. Freddie Garcia all over the place. Blustery night here. And then Chen in his major league debut. Really impressive.
Yep.
Pitch count got just around 100. And Ayala last year with the Yankees, those are the numbers. Pitched really well. Threw the ball great over the weekend against the Twins. So a chance against his team last year to show him something.
He really had a great year with the Yankees last season. The Orioles signed him to a free agency contract, picking him up. The Yankees used him in 52 games last year. 209 earned run average, 2.2 record. So Ayala will go against his former team. As the Yankees bat, Curtis Granderson coming up in the 8th inning. Good job by Matt Lidstrom, an inning and a third. Gave up 1 hit, struck out 2, and that was it. And the pitch is there to Granderson. Granderson drew a walk in the 6th inning and scored. It was the only walk surrendered by Chen in the ball game, and the only walk the Yankees have picked up. Their 26th major league leading walk of the season. Ayala with the 0-1 delivery. Granderson lashes that one back. And a 2-strike count.
De Luis really threw the ball well. It did a game in spring training. Again, it's spring training, and you're trying to get in shape. Velocity wasn't there. Movement wasn't there. But against the Twins over the weekend, all those things came back. Pieces of the puzzle put together properly.
Shift on in the infield against Granderson as they play him to pull. Here's the 0-2 delivery on the way to him. He fouls it again. He has faced his former teammate a couple of times, going 0 for 2 against Ayala. 34 years old. A veteran pitcher the Orioles look to for exactly games like this.
Yep. Come in, throw strikes, command your stuff. And against some real good hitters.
0-2 delivery. And Granderson off the mask of Wieters. And the mask off of Wieters. Ow.
Well, there's the movement, the 2-seamer, and then misplaced the mask for a moment. Looks like Raul Ibanez on deck.
2-strike delivery. Granderson shattered back. One hopper to first base. Davis. One away in the 8th inning. And with 8 strikeouts tonight, Olga Perez, you've won a total of $1,300 from the Maryland Lottery. For your chance to be the Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, play Strike It Rich scratch-offs and enter your non-winning ticket codes at mdlottery.com/strikeitrich. Congratulations, Olga. Raul Ibanez is coming to the plate. He will hit for Jones. Ibanez. Interesting because Jones was 7 for 14 with 2 home runs off Ayala. And Ibanez will put that one up in the air and foul it away. Ibanez is 0 for 2.
Well, there you go. Numbers don't mean everything. 4 RBIs in his debut down in Tampa Bay. I was talking to him yesterday. He said, I don't know if I couldn't have come with a team like the Yankees with a chance to win, if I would still be playing. After playing for the Phillies. So he's happy to be in New York. Not wearing the pinstripes now, but we were in the home opener over the weekend against the Angels.
0-1 delivery to him, and it works. Base hit into left field. Chavez.
Yeah, just kind of served a breaking ball and went with it.
So the 1-out single in the 8th inning puts Ibanez on with Martin and then Gardner due up for the Yankees. Russell Martin has had a single, reached on an error, and struck out. A couple of hits in 6 at-bats in the series. And Martin on the young season, 2 for 11.
Yeah, he hit the sharp ball to third that Reynolds couldn't catch.
It's the strike. Each team with an error charged in the game, resulting in runs scored by the opponent. Martin looking down to third.
Yeah, I think they're going to change that play at the plate when Jones scored, because they gave Russell Martin an error.
Fouled away, and the count goes to 2 strikes.
I thought it was very difficult to assume that number 1 he was going to catch it, because the throw looked low out in front of the plate. It wasn't like it was right on the plate and he dropped it in the process of tagging at him. Jones, who, as it turns out, because he was so far out, had to almost jump over.
I agree. I think that should have resulted in an RBI there for Nick Johnson.
How you can assume he was going to be out is beyond me, but then I've never been a scorer. Kind of a faux scorer in the dugout up here.
Easy to call him up here, as everyone says. A 1-ball, 2-strike count on Russell Martin.
Well, I've been told that many times that I've been away from the dirt too long. You ask a manager or a coach something, and they go, something you do up here. They point to the broadcasting booth.
Here's the 1-2 delivery, and that's going to be inside to Martin. 2-2. Orioles looking to take this middle game and set up tomorrow night a rubber match against the Yankees. Orioles had a 4-1 lead in the ball game. Yankees coming back to tie it. Girardi's team looking for their 2nd win. And again, close but not quite. And of course the count is 3-2.
Yeah, just trying to hit that inside corner with a backup slider. I think with Russell Martin, the most home runs other than 2007 was last year, and that's coming off a knee and hip injury. So he had 18 of them. He's a scrappy hitter.
3-ball, 2-strike count. Ibanez off first with 1 down. Runner goes. Got him. And not going to get him. So it'll be a stolen base for Ibanez. A strikeout of Martin. There are 2 down, but a runner does get into scoring position.
Yeah, it just hurries it a little bit. And again, we talked about how slick it is. That's normally where Matt Wieters will make a better throw. And of course, if he does, you're probably going to throw out Ibanez and you go get to grab your bats.
So Gardner will get a chance again. He delivered an RBI in the 6th inning that would tie the ball game up with 2 down. Now a runner at second base with 2 down in the 8th inning, trying to bring across the go-ahead run in this 4-4 game. Ayala They try and end it right here with Jeter waiting on deck. And that is in there for a strike to Gardner.
Yeah, normally you will play in because of his speed to make sure he doesn't get an infield hit, but I think you have, if you're an infielder, you want to play normal depth, because if you can't catch it, you want to knock it down.
Do not want that run coming in. David Robertson in the pen.
He threw a lot of pitches last night, even though he didn't give up any runs. Pitched the 8th with a 6-2 lead.
Gardner 5 for 12, 2 RBIs in the year. Ayala's pitch to him. Couldn't catch up. Foul tipped. 0-2.
Yeah, a little extra at 93 with good movement. So he's had a breaking ball. He sliced that into left, and then the 6th inning base hit. And look at the movement and a little extra velocity. Just can't quite get to it. You can see Brett Gardner hits with pretty much flat feet. Not a lot of movement in his swing.
Ibanez had the 1-out single, stole second. Ayala with the 0-2 count. Right where Matt Wieters wanted it. Seeing if Gardner might go, and a 1-2. Clocked at a 92-mile-an-hour fastball on that one. It has gotten progressively colder as we've moved along in this game. That wind has continued to pick up. 1-2. Gardner fights it back. Orioles have a tough road trip coming up, as they'll go on the road after this one to Toronto. Day off on Thursday, and then 3 games in Toronto, 4 in Chicago against the White Sox, and then the Angels.
Not a bad idea there. Look at this. Yes. They checked out the weather. Why is today the coldest day and I left my overcoat at home? That's
why.
Yes.
Murphy's Law. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and he got it. Ayala gets a couple of strikeouts. The Yankees, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on. Bottom of the 8th inning in a 4-4 ball game. Orioles reach with the new Orioles Maryland license plate. It's got the popular new cartoon bird back on it. The plate is a great way to show your support. Proceeds go to the Orioles Charitable Foundation to be used on community projects. Visit Orioles.com/plates to reserve your plate, and you can enter to win the #1 plate. Oriole fans, check it out. Nice hair.
Yeah.
David Robertson comes on to do the pitching. Great job by Phelps. 2 1/3 innings, nothing, and 4 strikeouts.
So there you go. You go from David Phelps, who looked like Bob Feller, to David Robertson. Let's see, Robin Roberts. We'll give him Robin Roberts distinction. 60 innings last year, 100 strikeouts. There you go. And we saw him last night. I was talking to Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach. I said, he used to have a great curveball. He said, doesn't throw it a lot. Didn't see it at all last night. So again, comes in to try to protect this tie ball game.
He threw 28 pitches in the game last night in 1 inning. He gave up 2 hits, no runs, struck out 2. So Robertson on for the 3rd time this year. He's worked 2 innings, no runs on 3 hits, 5 strikeouts and 1 walk. A.J. Hardy will lead it off against him. Hardy 1 for 3. That hit a home run off Robertson. Hardy's had a home run in this game back in the 1st inning. Sliders in there for a strike. Hardy 1 for 3. 1 hit in the 2-game series against the Yankees so far. The home run tonight. Hardy 3 for 18 on the year, and the pitch will be taken down low for a ball. The Orioles trying to get the lead here in the bottom of the 8th and give themselves a chance to wrap it up in the 9th inning. Both of the starters, Chen in his major league debut and Garcia non-decision. 1-1 delivery, strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, that's that, as Larry Rothschild called it, the pitching coach, the natural slider. I think when you sit next to Mariano Rivera, you just osmosis.
It moves more like a cutter.
It is. Yeah, well, it's a good moving cut fastball. Mariano, and to his left is Rafael Soriano.
Got it.
Yeah, look at that. 91 outside corner. I don't know what he's going to throw. I mean, did not throw one. He threw 1 changeup last night, and there it is, just outside corner. Martin just kind of receives it. Tim Mulkey calls it.
Both these teams have struck out a lot tonight. 10 Yankees have gone down to strikeouts. 8 Orioles have been struck out. Here's Nick Markakis, a walk and a run scored in the 1st inning. Came in a wild pitch. He's been hit by a pitch and has popped out. Nick 5 for 14 so far, and he will take the pitch for a strike. Markakis a 1 for 9 off David Robertson.
Velocity and movement, boy, it really makes it tough to center the ball, and then I think he's very deceptive. Here's another one. I mean, he's a little bit closed. That means, you know, we talk about he just has his left shoulder, that's your steering wheel. I mean, it's a little bit closed, so he's facing 3rd base, and he really kind of throws right over his front side. So again, you don't pick up the ball, and then you get the movement and the velocity. That's why he's so effective.
0-2 the count of Markakis. Into that one to center. Curtis Granderson has it lined up. 2 down. Orioles closer Jim Johnson ready in the bullpen. 9 in a row have been retired by Phelps and Robertson. Markakis had been the last man on, hit by a pitch in the 5th inning. 2 down, nobody on in the 8th. Here's Adam Jones. Jones a double scored in the 4th inning on the error charged to Martin at the plate. And Jones has also flied out and hit into a fielder's choice. Adam is 6 for 19 so far, and that pitch is in there for a strike. Robertson doesn't waste much time throwing strikes. 2 for 8 with a home run for Jones off Robertson. Here's the 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Trying to get Jones to go after that pitch away. Wouldn't do it.
No, that's the cutter. It just seems like almost every fastball he throws does have that cutting action. Now Mariano Rivera, he throws probably about 95% of cutters, but he can turn one over.
And that's going to be down low. So Jones gets ahead on the count. 3 balls and 1 strike. Wieters waiting on deck. Robertson last year just nobody could hit him. 156 the lefties, 186 the righties. Virtually untouchable. The way Phelps looks, this is pretty good combination in the bullpen with Phelps and Robertson.
Well, again, and then you get to Soriano. I mean, he's kind of a forgotten guy. 2 years ago, he was the best closer in baseball. They gave up their #1 draft choice to sign him to a 3-year deal. He was hurt last year, so what if he gets healthy? So, I mean,
then you're loaded in the pen. 3 ball, 1 strike count. Adam Jones, 3-2.
Well-intentioned swing, but again, the movement got him. And again, the kind of bullpen that with Boone Logan, a lefty, and then Rapata, who's a left-handed specialist, you can carry because the righties are so good.
Here's the 3-2 delivery, and he'll get the walk on a close pitch. 2 down. The Orioles get the man on.
Well, has been. It's low, but not by much.
Matt Waiters coming up. 2 for 4 for Waiters off Robertson, including a home run. Yankees will put the shift on.
So does Jonesy steal? That's the question.
That's why Jeter will stay on the shortstop side of the bag, but just barely, so he can cover second base. There he goes. Jones running. Throw down by Martin's a good one. Short hop. Didn't get him. And he came off the bag, but Jeter thought he had him and was showing the umpire he had the ball while Jones was getting back on the bag.
I think the ball short hops, and what you try to do, Mark Belanger's the best that I ever played with, is put the tag down in a hurry. And because the ball bounces, he has to sweep it. You can see Martin get out of there. I think he tagged him up on the shoulder. If the ball is in the air, now watch this, to come up to catch it, the glove is up and the foot he's out.
He's safe.
Well, he's called safe.
And he represents the potential go-ahead run in the 8th inning. Matt Waiters 0-1. Waiters got jammed. And a 2-strike count.
Well, how about Russell Martin's release?
Quick. And he throws hard.
Yeah.
A real fastball down there. A couple of real good catchers. 27% for Martin last year throwing out base stealers, and Waiters led everybody at 37%. Now Waiters trying to get the hit. Jones is 2 for 2 in stolen bases. See if this one counts across the plate. Waiters, foul tipped.
Well, there's the curveball. First one we've seen in 2 nights. And Matt able to somehow just foul it off to stay alive. And it's a good hook. Down and away.
Orioles looking for their first hit since the 5th inning. They have only 4.
And your best arm in the Yankee outfield's in left. Gardner can charge and throw with the best of them.
Here's the 0-2 delivery, and that's going to be inside. And a 1 ball, 2-strike count. Tight ball game. The Orioles had the 4-1 lead going to the 6th inning when the Yankees got 3. Neither team has scored since. Jones getting a real good lead off second base. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Waiters will take it up high, 2-2.
And you've seen now with the potential go-ahead run at second, the velocity is increased from Dave Robertson. Run from about 90 to 93.4. Again, it comes down to, can you get the big hit? Seems like it's so simple. Score a run here, bring in Jim Johnson, hope he does what he's normally does, and you win a ball game.
2-2, and that'll be popped up. Cano. And he's got it. So, no runs, no hits, and a base runner left on at second. 9th inning. Yankees will have the top of the order coming up against Johnson. Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Dodge. See your authorized Dodge dealer and experience a world of performance, design, and fuel efficiency. Schedule a test drive or go to dodge.com and check out the powerful lineup. So the ball game tied at 4-4. Enters the ninth inning and enters Jim Johnson.
Yeah, a couple of saves over the weekend, Friday and Sunday. So that's now 10 in a row going back to last year. Curveballs, changeups, and terrific sinker. They'll come up to face the heart of the Yankee, the leadoff part of the order.
Jim has worked an inning and 2/3 so far. Has given up just one hit, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. Jeter, a home run in the first inning. He is 1 for 4. As we go to the ninth, and Reynolds at third base in on the grass with Jeter up leading it off. Jeter 2 for 14 off Johnson, and a strike taken.
Yeah, bottom of the zone, and he doesn't like it.
Just been a miserable night for the hitters with runners in scoring position on both teams. The Orioles are 0 for 7. 0 for 6 now, and the Yankees 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position in the ballgame. And the 0-1 to Jeter will be taken 1-1. Chen, the major league debut for the Orioles. 5 2/3 innings, 4 runs, 3 earned, 7 hits, walked 1, struck out 6. Had a tough first inning, then settled in, retired 12 in a row for the Yankees. Got some runs off him in the 6th. Chopper to the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Jeter's on with his second hit. Follow the Orioles with MLB.com at bat. 12 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text at bat 31826 or go to Orioles.com. Nick Swisher has doubled. 1 for 3 and been hit by a pitch. That's 10 hits in the ball game for the Yankees.
Yeah, Derek Jeter constantly amazes. Finds holes, little topspin. Jim Johnson got the result he wanted as far as getting the ground ball.
Swisher. Reynolds stays in at third. Did Swisher bunt?
No. Because they'll walk Cano to get the A-Rod. That's what, if I was managing, what I'd do. I never want to pitch to Cano. I want him to go on vacation when his team comes to town.
And it'll be fouled off. Swisher got that double in the first inning. He was taken out on a play at the plate in the 7th. Great throw by Chavez to Hardy to Wieters.
Well, he really made a great slide, and you know, you pointed it out so well. Wieters only gave him one avenue, and that was just off the outside corner in foul territory. There's a
good pitch.
Yeah. There's your David Phelps fastball with about maybe 2-3 more miles per hour. Run it at their hip, let it run back. Touches the inside part of the plate. Great movement. Hitters, scouts, how does he make the ball move that much with that kind of velocity?
Jeter off first base, not with a big lead. Swisher inside. 3 for 10 off Johnson. Lifetime. 1 ball, 2 strike counts. Swisher's gone 4 for 17. Has 4 RBIs for the Yankees on the season. Here's Derek Jeter at first base. He's now had 6 hits.
Well, he stole 16 bases last year and didn't run a lot.
1-2 delivery. Swisher takes it. There have been an inordinate amount of pitches thrown in this game. A lot of 3-2 counts. It's not resulted in a lot of walks. In fact, Chen walked 1, and that's the only walk surrendered by the 4 Oriole pitchers. And only 4 walks have been picked up by the O's off the 3 Yankee pitchers. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and got him to go after 1 away that time. That hurt his wrists as he reached out trying to get it.
Well, talk about movement and velocity. Lets this ball just run down and away, 94 miles per hour. Nick's trying to catch up with it. Can't do it. And right there. Doesn't get the result. Bat goes. Does it get? Oh. Well, she's got the shin protector on, Tim Welke.
Thank goodness.
Good thing.
So there's the first out in the 9th inning. Cano's got a double and a single. Those have come in the last 2 at bats. 2 for 4 in the ball game. 3 for 8 in the series. Jim Johnson trying to work the inside corner. Will miss with that one. Cano's 6 for 19 off the Oriole closer. Johnson, of course, in this situation, trying to get the outs and perhaps pick up a win. If he can hold the Yankees, and the Orioles can get one in the bottom of the 9th inning.
The whole theory is you bring in your closer, your best pitcher, you have him pitch a shutout inning, and then you win the game in the bottom of the 9th. Home field advantage. Well, we showed you the 90 innings, and that was because he did not close the entire year. So there were multiple inning performances for Jim Johnson. I don't think we're going to see that often this year.
Mariano gets up along with Boone Logan, who has been up a couple of times in the bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Cano. Cano 6 for 21 so far. Chopper to second base, and Dino charging's got to go to first. That'll put Jeter down at second base, but there are 2 away. For every Orioles walk this season, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield will contribute $50 to support the American Heart Association Heart Walk. To date, the Orioles have drawn 14 walks, total of $700. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take the first step towards a healthier, more active lifestyle. Rodriguez drawing the cheers and jeers. He is 0 for 3 in the ball game, 0 for 7 in the series. Hit by a pitch tonight as well. Potential go-ahead, maybe winning run is on at second base. Jim Johnson with 2 down. A-Rod the pitch inside for a ball.
Well, not a lot of history, but enough. 11 at bats, 3 hits. There are your numbers you talked about all night long.
How can you have 8 runs in a game where teams have gone 1 for 17 with runners in scoring position?
Errors, walks, wild pitches.
Here's a 1-0 delivery, and that's up high. Not much talk anymore about A-Rod breaking the all-time home run mark a couple of years ago. That was the discussion, but with the injuries and the lack of playing time, he's got 629 home runs, 6th all-time. 1 more and he ties Ken Griffey Jr. at 630. Here's the 2-0 delivery. Popped him up, first base, Davis over, inning over. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. Base runner left on. 1 in the bottom of the 9th, and the Orioles can win it. Johnson, Reynolds, and Davis due up.
Conclusion of this game, bottom of the 9th coming up, a game with kind of playoff atmosphere early on in the season. The Orioles can win it simply by getting a run.
It has been. Chen had a pretty good outing, but he got chased out of the game in the 6th inning, and both bullpens have come into this ball game and done an outstanding job. Nobody's given up anything in this game.
Well, the storyline of the night, 5 wild pitches. Let's see how it turns out. Back upstairs, Gary and Jim.
Tim, Rick, it has been a very different kind of ball game. 4-4-1 for the Orioles, 4-10-1 for the Yankees, and that will bring in Boone Logan.
Yeah, he's been around. I mean, we saw him with the White Sox, with Atlanta last year. Had a very nice year for the Yankees. So one of the two lefties, he comes in. Nick Johnson was the first scheduled hitter. You get, if you're Joe Girardi, you get the lefty. Chris Wilson-Betemit. We've seen him potential DH from time to time, switch hitter. So we'll see if he comes up to hit here in the bottom of the 9th inning. All you need is a run. Go home. Big smile on your face. Run the record to 4-1. Even your record against the Yankees.
Get the bird going. For Boone Logan, his second appearance, he's worked an inning in the third, charged with a run and a hit, a home run surrendered. And the Orioles still have not put anybody out in the on-deck circle here. With Reynolds is out there, but he's the second one to hit. Nolan Reimold.
Yep, there's another option. Yep.
Is going to come out and be the pinch hitter. So Reimold will hit for Johnson. Nick Johnson had an 0 for 3 in the ball game. Updating you in the voting for the AT&T Player of the Game. Here are the results so far. Still you time to text in your vote, A, B, or C, to 31826. Results coming up on the O's Extra post-game show.
Well, Nolan Reimold, not a very good spring. Under 200. Hasn't hit the ball hard. Certainly capable with one swing to win a ball game. There's not too many guys ever go up to home plate trying to hit a home run and have quality at bats. So, hit the ball hard. Run. He's got real good speed.
Great job by Robertson, who worked an inning. He walked one and struck out one. Bullpen has gone 3 and a third innings and given up nothing for the Yankees. The Orioles bullpen, Lidstrom, Ayala, Johnson, they've given up just a couple of hits. Bottom of the 9th inning, here's Reimold as the pinch hitter, and he will take the Boone Logan pitch for a strike on the outside corner. Well, Reimold and the Orioles trying to get one right here. Reimold last year hit only .208 off left-handers, .225 off righties. He's not faced Logan before. The 0-1 delivery and a topper to right field, maybe. Cano over, he can't get it. And there was against the shift. Cano was playing way over to second base. He had a mile to run and couldn't get there.
Yeah, Boone Logan made too good a pitch. A little fastball down and away and hit it right on the end of the bat. But he is way up the middle. It's almost like if you're going to play there, you have to assume your pitcher can't catch a ground ball back up the middle, which a lot of guys can't. It just doesn't seem to me that you need to be that far up the middle.
You really have two guys playing the same position,
right,
same alley, right?
Exactly. And, you know, any ball hit with any kind of spin, which that was. So a lot of speed. It's not that Nolan Reimold is going to run, but he just has the ability to go from first to third, first to home if Reynolds can get a hold of one. He'd certainly like to atone for that error back in the 6th inning. The extra out for the Yankees.
They're going to play the same defense here against Reynolds, as they've got Cano way over there at second base. They also want to see if he might square around. Reynolds did square around, but he did it after the throw was already going over to first base. DeMarlo Hale with the signs from third. You got Reynolds and Davis due up, and then Andino. Let's see how Nick Showalter plays it. Throw over. Reynolds again runs his hand up the bat, whether he means it or not.
Well, I've never seen him bunt.
I haven't either. He probably hasn't either. We'll find out. Reynolds last year, he hasn't had a sacrifice since 2008, and he had one.
He hits home runs. He hits the big fly, and he can hit those.
He has struck out twice and drawn a walk. Ooh, that got a little close right there. Now a timeout taken.
Well, here comes Joe Girardi.
Not sending his pitching coach out. He's coming out himself.
Yeah, that's almost a balk.
Well, wow. How about that? He's going to force the issue, make the move. He had Mariano Rivera warming up He's still going to leave him in the bullpen, and just didn't like what he saw with Logan. No, 4-4, ninth inning. Logan's taken out, and the right-hander Corey Wade is on.
Yeah, he started last season with the Rays, the Tampa Bay Rays, and then eventually was released, had to opt out, went with the Yankees 6-1, really good numbers. And then the irony is, on September 28th, Yankees are ahead of Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay has to win. The Red Sox have to lose, or if they both win, there'll be a playoff. He ends up throwing the 2-strike home run to Dan Johnson on a changeup to tie it up, and then Longoria wins it in the 12th with a home run. The Yankees go to the playoff. The Rays go to the playoff, and now Corey Wade, former Ray, is on the mound with a very good curveball and changeup, and I think that's part of the matchup right here against Mark Reynolds. I always want to call him Kevin. I'm going to get a Mick Reynolds in there before it's all over.
A long season played.
Yes, exactly.
Runner at first base is Reimold. Nobody out. Bottom of the ninth inning. A-Rod's still wondering about the bunt, so he's played even with the bag at third. Now he's backing up. Reynolds kind of half-heartedly squared around on a couple of throws to first base by Boone Logan. Wade will make the throw over. Reimold back after the leadoff single.
Well, the one thing that this does allow, if you're ever going to run, I'm not sure you're going to do it right here with nobody out. But again, lefty holding a runner on, usually he's a little bit more adept at doing it.
Corey Reynolds against Wade is 2 for 7 with a homer. And that'll be in the outside corner.
Now, he's not an overpowering pitcher, but he'll throw his changeup, throw his curveball. Little slider right there at any count. That's just
Corey Wade,
2
appearances against Tampa Bay. First one, he got all 5 hitters he faced with 3 strikeouts, and then Sunday allowed a hit, had a couple of strikeouts and an inning pitch. Towering fly ball to right. Swisher and Cano, and Cano goes back to get it. That ball's so high, Cano wasn't even going to go, and still had time to get there.
Yeah, Swish said, I got hit in the toe. Then I had to try to store from first on a double. It's your ball.
No, there's one out.
You won the Gold Glove. Catch it.
You get it.
Yes. And he did.
Now Reimold's still at first base, and that will bring up Davis. Chris Davis has struck out twice and grounded out.
Well, the one thing that I noticed that Curtis Granderson, who plays about as shallow as any outfielder, not playing shallow anymore. He's moved back just to make sure a ball doesn't get over his head.
The Yankees on the directions from the bench on the throwovers to first, holding Reimold, the potential winning run, close. Chris Davis will have to wait.
can see Corey Wade coming out of that Ray organization. He almost has his James Shields the way he holds runners.
Davis will foul that one off. So far for the Oriole first baseman, 3 hits, 13 at bats, and an RBI. Trying to get to Wade here and get Reimold around.
You know, the ability, again, when you pitch against Chris Davis, you know he's a better fastball hitter than a breaking ball hitter. And most teams, especially the Yankees, they just try to really slow down the bat by slowing down the ball. Change-ups and big, slow curveballs.
Wade misses outside.
And then fastballs out of the zone.
1 ball, 1 strikeout. 9 have been left on by the Yankees. 4 have been left on by the Orioles. Orioles with just 5 hits in the game. Reimold single here in the 9th inning, the first hit since the 5th inning. Davis ground ball, base hit into right field. Reimold's got to get the third. He'll make the turn. No. Can't do it. Swisher came up with it, got it in. Reimold made a turn, took a look, but didn't go.
Yeah, he looked at Marlo Hale, the Orioles third base coach. It's very difficult here because it's such a small ballpark, and watching Swisher come in, I think he's going to make it. But again, he just puts the brakes on. He does represent the winning run. Did not want to get thrown out, but Swisher doesn't have a great arm. I mean, this isn't Nick Markakis. This isn't Ichiro. But again, if you charge it and begin, because of the smallness of this ballpark, hard to go sometimes, even if you run well from first to third.
So now the potential winning run is on its second base. The Orioles get their 6th hit. 1 down. Robert Andino.
See, and now they come in.
Andino with a double. Has struck out twice.
So now everybody a little bit more shallow. Number 1.
Granderson way in to where he'd been playing most of the game. They've got to cut that run off at the plate on a hit. And a strike taken. Well, the Orioles can win it right here. They can pick up a base hit or more. Granderson moving around in center. Squares it up now. Playing straight away on Andino. Andino 0 for 2 off Wade. Cano holding the runner. Foul back. And for Robert Andino against the Yankees, over the last 6 games going back to last year, he has been a moving force offensively with that .407 average. And you know he'd love to get one here after the little chit chat that went on after the game last night. I mean, you'd want to get one anyway. Here's the 0-2 delivery. Andino slow roller. Play to second. There's one. No relay. 2 down.
Yeah, Corey Way makes a nice play. He's thinking double play, but again, Andino runs well. Made a great pitch, and of course, when you throw a breaking ball away, Andino's already got a running stance. He's got to go out and reach for it, so you can see him getting down there, and there's Wade thinking, hey, I might be able to turn too. So a quality breaking ball right off the end of the bat.
So it will be up to Endy Chavez, the leadoff batter. Reimold, the potential winning run, is on at third base.
And you would imagine Teixeira will not, like he may play, he's not going to hold the runner on because it's a meaningless run. But he will play in to take the bunt away.
As will Rodriguez at third, which opens up some holes here for Chavez.
Sure does.
With first and third drawn in. 0 for 3 and a sacrifice in the game for Endy Chavez. 1 for 7 on the year. Ooh. What we need is another wild pitch to finish this game off.
And then again, it's just to make, and it's the Yankees. They won 97 games, but Cano plays Chavez to pull the ball. I mean, he is in the hole. So any ground ball up the middle, you shoot a ball here, it's got a good chance with his speed to either be a base hit or get into center field. Game's over.
Here's a 1-0 delivery. Runner going. Breaking ball will miss inside. So you take away the forced play at second base. Andino down.
It puts a lot of pressure on your defense. You hit a ball to Derek Jeter's right, the way Chavez can run.
One less way to get an out. That's why you run Andino. A-Rod stays in, 2 steps in at third base.
And it also opens up first base.
2-0 delivery is outside. Hardy waiting on deck.
Yeah, who do you want to pitch to? And not that you still decide who you want to pitch to, because whether Andino is at first or second, you're not giving in to Chavez with the game on the line, and they're going to walk him.
The intentional pass surrendered to Chavez. So the bases are loaded, bottom of the 9th inning. Rothschild, the pitching coach, is going out with Hardy coming to the plate to discuss how they want to pitch to J.J. Hardy, who's 0 for 2 off Wade. Hardy started it out in the first inning with his second home run.
Yeah, 2 home runs hit in the first, one by Jeter and one by Hardy, his second of the year off of Freddie Garcia. Seems like it was yesterday. Well,
almost.
Yeah. Well, you know what the book is. And Corey Wade's kind of a tough matchup in the sense he's a breaking ball pitcher. Doesn't mean he doesn't have a fastball. But it looks like to me they try to crowd JJ with fastballs. If you make a mistake out over the plate, that's what he hit off of Garcia. And then just try to get him to chase breaking balls.
So game on the line in the bottom of the 9th, tied at 4-4, bases loaded, 2 down. Hardy, 2 ground ball outs, a strikeout and a home run. Wade's pitch is outside for a ball.
Well, I guess there always is, with the bases loaded, the chances of walking in a run.
It's another way to score. Yep. And it was an intentional pass that put Endy Chavez on. Wade with a 1-0 delivery, and that's going to pop up to the infield and Jeter. And we've completed 9, and we're not done. 4 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, the Orioles. 4 runs, 10 hits, 1 error, the Yankees. Saw that disappear in the 6th inning. And the Yankees got 3, and neither team has scored since. So we go to the 10th inning of this ball game, tied at 4, and Troy Patton on to pitch.
Yeah, second consecutive night against the Yankees. Inning in 2/3 last night. There are the numbers from last season.
Orioles went 8-8 in extra inning ball games last year. The Yankees were 4-12 in extra inning games. So the Orioles have used their closers. Jim Johnson came on, worked an inning, gave up 1 hit. He is out of there. The Yankees have not used Rivera. And here's Mark Teixeira. Teixeira leading it off. A single, a run scored, 1 for 4. He's 2 for 9 in the series. And Patton's delivery is taken inside for a ball. A long, grinded out game that the Orioles had a real good chance of putting away.
Well, just couldn't get the big hit.
Nope.
To this point.
Orioles are 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position.
So you're down to Greg, Darren O'Day, and then Pedro Strop, who pitched last night, as did Day, as did Greg.
Yep. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Teixeira fouls it back, and Patton will get ahead of him, 1-2.
Yeah, Mark Teixeira has, at least average-wise, as you mentioned earlier, I think last night, 302, hitting right-handed last year with 15 of his 39 home runs. In fact, hit home runs in his first 3 games.
He's 0 for 5 off Troy Patton, and about to be 0 for 6. Nick Markakis.
Yeah, Troy Patton, he was talking about it yesterday. He made a bad pitch to Cano. He just missed a bases loaded double down the line, then made a good one, got the double play. I think he's learning that at this level, sometimes it's not just about your stuff. It's certainly about controlling your pitches and making quality pitches. This is another guy. He's left-handed, but he can wear out lefties. 15 home runs against left-handers last year out of the 41. So
good bender right there to Curtis Granderson. Granderson has walked, scored, 0 for 3 officially on the night. Patton with the 0-1 delivery. Patton, 26 years old now, and despite the fact his pro career goes back to 2004, he had an 08 season he missed because of injuries, was out. He's appeared in only 26 major league ball games. And a big cut, didn't time him on that one. Good pitch by Patton again.
It's really a good point because he takes a little bit off the breaking ball, and as good a hitter as Curtis Granderson is, he's just out in front of it.
Granderson 1 for 2 off Patton, and that just missed. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Mariano Rivera up for the second time for the Yankees. Extra innings here at Camden Yards. 2-2 delivery. Got him.
Terrific pitch out of the zone, got ahead, just missed with a breaking ball, and then just up the ladder. Tries to hold up.
That is the 12th strikeout for Oriole pitchers in this game. The Yankees came in with 18 team strikeouts through their first 4 games, and they struck out 12 times in this one. Here's Raul Ibanez. He came on in the 8th inning and delivered a single, took over the DH role from Andrew Jones, who had an RBI sac fly while he was in the game. Ibanez picked up a stolen base in the 8th inning along with a single and was stranded.
Well, played in 144 games for the Phillies, hit 20 home runs, drove in 84 last year. Average down below 250. He will turn 40 in June.
Young man.
Yeah, he's had a nice career. Started in the big leagues as a catcher, at least in professional baseball.
The 2-0 delivery on the way, and Ibanez couldn't wait long enough, double clutched and fouls it back. Troy Patton is the 5th pitcher used by the Orioles. The Yankee runs, 4 runs, 3 earned on 7 hits, all came off Chen in his major league debut over 5 2/3 innings. Garcia gave up the 4 runs the Orioles have. 2-2. Raul Ibanez in the air, and no play on this. That'll go into the seats. Fans hanging in on this one on what has been a very cool, windy evening. And you can see that's indicative of how it is down on the field and how it is in the stands. 1st and 10.
Yeah, but how many overtimes? Is there like a limit?
Here's the 2-2 delivery. Banya's fighting off some pretty good pitches by Patton, and will hold the count at 2-2.
Yeah, Troy's got he's got a kind of a rhythmic windup, so you see a lot of stuff, and then kind of long arms it a little bit. So.
Two down, nobody on. 2-2 delivery. Banya's takes. And what would a game be without at least one 3-2 count? This is number 917 in this game.
A little hesitation, but once again, Ibanez took that breaking ball like he saw it pretty well.
3-2 delivery, and down to first base. Davis has got it. Good job by Patton. Retires the side in order. And we will go to Markakis, Jones, and Wieters in the 10th.
Corey Wade gets his warm-up pitches in 4-4 ball game. You can see the Yankees with 10 hits, the Orioles with 6. So after the bases loaded pop-up by J.J. Hardy, Nick Markakis will lead off the bottom of the 10th inning for the Orioles.
First extra inning ball game for the Orioles, trying to take it here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Markakis 5 for 15 so far. A couple of home runs, 4 RBIs on the year. Jake Arrieta and CC Sabathia go in the concluding game of this homestand tomorrow night. 7:05 first pitch, 6:30 O's extra. And we'll be on the air at 7 o'clock. There is CC Sabathia on the bench watching this one. Much more time goes by. He'll be heading back to the hotel.
Well, I was talking to him. He said, you got to have it. I said, you have a special diet because he's lost the weight. He said, egg whites, except today at pitch, chicken sandwich. So he said, when you have young kids, you get up early.
That's the truth.
Yeah, but on the road, maybe a little different. So usually around 7:30, get up with the kids, take them to school.
Markakis will take it inside from Wade.
Yeah, Corey Wade stands right on that third base side and with that direct angle right to the outside corner against lefties inside corner, so you can see him way over there, and then maybe a little bit across his body.
0 for 1 lifetime off him, and gets ahead on the count. 2 balls and 1 strike. Markakis, Jones, and Wieters, leadoff fan for the Orioles, on the single by Reimold in the 9th inning, but they could not convert. Orioles left the bases loaded. Reaching and fouls it back into the screen, 2-2.
Yeah, there's the changeup, any count. That's the one thing I had a chance to see him pitch before, just when I wasn't working last year. I mean, this guy's fearless as far as using all his pitches. Doesn't matter what the count is. Not an overpowering right-hander, but certainly knows how to pitch.
Ooh, just got that one.
And then
he kind of picked that up a little, didn't he?
He throws the ball at so many different speeds. I still don't know the ball that J.J. Hardy popped up. I don't know what it was. It was 83 miles per hour. It didn't turn it over. It didn't cut it. It just resulted in a pop-up.
Jammed him. Foul ball.
And you could see, do you guard the line? Well, Teixeira certainly does.
A-Rod doesn't. Well, they're playing him to pull on that side, so Teixeira can clearly get to the line. And after that ground ball, he moves even a little bit closer. A-Rod on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, if Cano has to go to his right towards the umpire, it's going to be a base hit.
2-2 delivery on the way to him, and he just got that one. Nick has just barely fouled off a couple of pitches in this at bat, trying to figure Wade out.
Yeah, well, Wade goes away with the changeup, and he cuts the fastball in. This is a little changeup right off the mask of Russell Martin.
Nick Markakis doing battle here, trying to get on to kick off this bottom of the 10th inning. And he takes that away.
A little extra and missed. I mean, this is not that opening day game between Cleveland and Toronto. 16 innings, 540 pitches thrown.
I resent your bringing that up.
Aaron Sebia goes the distance. It's a 3-run home run. Carlos Santana gets a 4 or 5 year deal because he caught 16 innings opening day.
No, this is not that game.
No.
And he got it. Came right in with a strike.
Yeah, just cut it over the outside corner. That's pitching. In and out. Around. Another 3-2 count. We've grown accustomed to that. And he just cuts it back over the outside corner.
The strikeouts continue to pile up in this ball game on yet another 3-2 count. So Markakis retired. Here's Adam Jones. A double and a run scored in the ball game. He's also picked up a walk to get on. He's 1 for 3 officially and 2 for 7 in the series. Adams got a 5-game hit streak going, and he will foul that one away. 2 for 4 against Wade for Jones. Gardner's playing in the seats in left field. If he backs up anymore, he'll have to buy a ticket. He is way out there.
Well, it should be a little deeper. I mean, even a single, you don't want to get by it.
He's playing so deep, a single in front of him could be turned into a double. That's him out there, that little spot right there. Got to cut those off in the alley. He can do that. 2-strike count. That one in the air, but it's going to go foul.
Yeah, Corey Wade, I mean, he's dropping down, giving you all kinds of different looks. And that curveball stays inside, but Adam gets it out on the end of the bat. And wouldn't have had enough to get out of here anyway, but just got it into foul territory, which is a good thing.
Wade gave up only 5 home runs last year, 4 to left-handers. Inside to Jones, got his attention with it, and a 1-ball 2-strike count.
Well, wherever scouted Corey Wade did one heck of a job, because you look at all his minor league numbers, and he had some shoulder injuries. And never really outstanding. There's taking one for the club. Didn't even budge.
And fortunately had protection, it looked like, or on that arm, because that.
Well, this gets, I think, in the thigh. This is Don Baylor.
Yep. Lean in a little bit.
Yeah, Don Baylor, his nickname was Groove. He got hit over 200 times. He just kind of course, he stood right on top of the plate, tried to take the inside corner away from it. And then he just never, ever gave you the idea that it hurt when he got punked.
We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 hit batters in the game, 2 for each side. Matt Wieters, Jones at first. He did steal in the 8th inning with 2 down. He got down to second base and was stranded. Matt Wieters popped out that time. Now Wieters up. He has singled, drawn a walk, grounded out, and popped out.
Well, he said he's going to run a lot more. 12 steals after only having 7 the year before.
Wieters will take it on the inside corner for a strike. Only 1 away. Jones being held by Teixeira at first base.
And he's going to come flying off that bag to try to take away the hole. And Wade's pretty good. I mean, he's very athletic. He's already shown us a pretty good move to first.
Jones had extended his lead about a half a step, which is about as far as he's going to go.
Yeah, you look at that right foot, and it's just the other side of the cut.
Adam kind of leans, not going. Wieters pulls it way foul. And again, Wade ahead on the count as he's been since coming on against the Oriole hitters. Up 2 strikes.
Well, it started with David Phelps. They got more of guys like David Phelps. The league's in trouble.
Phelps, Robertson, and Corey Wade.
Well, we know how good David Robertson is. But David Phelps, pretty impressive.
Looks a lot like David Robertson, result-wise.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
0-2 the count. Jones not going, and everybody oohing and eyeing on a pitch that he'd set Wieters up for. He had him looking inside and put one away.
Well, it's a little cutter that he tries to backdoor, and that's how he struck out Nick Markakis to start this inning. He brings it back off the outside corner, and again, it's been a pretty ample strike zone, so we're just kind of hoping he doesn't call it. Talking about Tim Welke behind the plate, and there's that athletic move.
Throwing over out of a different timing, different situations, and Adam was kind of flat-footed.
Well, James Shields, I think picked off 11 or 12 being right-handed. Usually the guys that lead are the Andy Pettitts of the world that are left-handed.
Wieters will take it away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And part of having a good pickoff move, number one, you want to make the runner stop, but also James Shields talked about it. He said I short arm it a little bit to get the ball quicker, get out of my throwing hand. And again, another pretty substantial lead by Adam Jones.
2-2, runner not going, got him, throw down to first base, back in. Wieters called out on strikes, and there are 2 down.
Another cut fastball, and he's able to steer it right over the inside corner. You can just see him pull it down, and then right, perfect pitch, right underneath the arms. Matt thinks it's inside. Tim Welke does it. Just another strikeout.
Nolan Reimold has taken over the DH role. He came on a pinch hit for Johnson in the 9th inning and had a leadoff single. The Orioles left the bases loaded in the 9th. That one bounces away off Jones and Teixeira. Now there are 2 down. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning of a 4-4 ball game, and Teixeira came over to have a word. He almost got tied up on that throw over. Jones getting off again with 2 away, drawing a lot of throws. Nolan Reimold, he'll take the pitch in there for a strike. Orioles now up to 10, having struck out in the ball game. 12 for the Yankees. And he was leaning and gets back. Clay Rapata again in the pen. He was up a long time ago in the bullpen, about 4 or 5 innings ago. Raimo with a 1 strikeout. Outside corner.
Mercer. It's a little cut fastball. Movement.
Plus you add in the throws to first base. He's piled up some throws. Raimo can wait on it. And Wade gets the strikeout, strikes the side out, hits Jones, who's left on. We go to the 11th inning, 4-4. Better get this on. This date in baseball on April 10, the Yankees adopted the Yankees as the official team name. They had been known as the Highlanders 99 years ago. In '76, Andy Messersmith signed with the Braves as a free agent. Granted free agency in that historic case that changed baseball forever. And in '89, Ken Griffey Jr. got his first career homer on the first pitch that he saw. He was 19 years old at the time. Got it off Eric King of the Chicago White Sox. Here is Pedro Strop.
Yeah, pitched last night, as it seems like everybody else that's coming out of the bullpen, with a couple of exceptions. Hard throwing righty, mid-90s, hard slider. That's actually a soft slider, but the interesting thing about it, Andy Messersmith used to pitch against him when he was with the Angels, but he signed with Atlanta, and Ted Turner owned the Braves. Gave him a pretty sizable, at least back then, a free agent contract, and then wanted him to change his name to Channel 17 and wear it on the back of his uniform, which was Ted's TV station. And of course, Billy Kuhn, commissioner of baseball, said no, we're not going to allow that.
Russell Martin at the plate, fouls it back 2-1 count. Well, Turner is, in most cases, was just ahead of his time.
Oh, was he?
All these football players are Cinco de Mayo or Cinco de Cinco or something nowadays.
Channel 17, yeah.
Channel 17. I mean, it was just...
Probably less letters than Messersmith.
That's right. Less cost on the jersey. 2-1 delivery is inside. Patton worked an inning and struck out 1. Johnson an inning, a strikeout, a hit. Ayala an inning, 2 strikeouts, a hit. Lidstrom an inning and a third, 2 strikeouts, a hit. Penn has given up nothing tonight, and a strike taken by Martin.
Boy, I tell you, he really trusts the slider. I think when you see him, he does throw hard. Maybe this is probably the pitch he controls the best. And if you throw a 3-1, Russell Martin saying, well, I have no idea what's coming now.
And walked him. So a leadoff walk in the 11th inning.
Not what you want to do, obviously.
It's only the second walk the Yankees have pitched up in this game. That is amazing. With all the walks that came in leading the majors in that regard.
Eduardo Nunez, who started last night's game at third base. So a lot of speed at first. You got a bunter, a depth bunter with Brett Gardner. And you would imagine, I say you would imagine with Jeter on deck that they may be sacrificing. And then, of course, if you're Buck Showalter, you decide who you want to pitch to.
Reynolds moves in at third base. Gardner, a couple of singles, RBI. He struck out twice. 5 for 13 on the year. He does square, drops one down to first. Davis has got it, will tag him out, sacrifice, moving Nunez to second base.
Well, small ball. That's what Brett Gardner is able to do. Perfect sacrifice. You have speed, it makes it a lot easier, but you got to get it down. And bat head once again out in fair territory. The angle of the bat so important, getting the bunt down. And right here, Chris Davis, smart play, because if you hesitate, he might beat it out if he gets by you.
So Gardner, here's another runner in scoring position. Nobody's been able to do anything with ease so far today. Derek Jeter with a homer in the first inning, a single in the ninth inning. 2 for 5 in the ball game. Hardy holds the runner at second base. Strobe's pitch is going to be outside for a ball.
Well, the pattern usually is that a lot of times Pedro favors the slider. And if, not that Derek is not one of these film guys, but you would see the tendency right here. A lot of hitters might sit on that slider.
1-0 delivery on the way, and that's a strike taken.
Because if you were, it's 97 with nice late movement.
Orioles play Jeter a bit towards right, and the outfielders are in a little bit.
Yeah. Chavez is playing him exactly where you should, because he's playing him as a guy that's going to hit the ball the other way.
Nice pitch. Strobe down and away with that one. 1-2 on Jeter.
I mean, this is just some heat. He's got such a good arm. Out of options, so he did have a good spring. Had a terrific last month for the Orioles after being picked up on waivers.
Second base Nunez running for Martin, who got the leadoff walk. We are in the 11th inning of a 4-4 ball game. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Wow. Jeter's retired.
Well, you can't get a ball. I mean, talk about Jim Johnson with all that life on his sinker. Watch this ball sink. It's just a 2-seamer. The bottom drops out. And I mean, literally. 96. I'll tell you what, you don't let arms like this get out of your organization. When you get fortunate enough to be able to pick a guy up on waivers.
Pedro Strop trying to get the Yankees out, keep this ball game tied. Here's Swisher, double. Came back in the first inning. Pitch is in there for a strike. He struck out twice, flied out, and been hit by a pitch. Rivera, third time, throwing in the bullpen.
Mike Harkey, their bullpen coach, looking on. So cold night.
0-1 delivery on the way. Ground ball right where Hardy was playing. JJ's got it. Yankees are retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, and another base runner left on. The Orioles bottom third coming up. Astros action coming your way. It'll be a finale, and the Orioles hope it'll be a rubber match if they can get the winner here. Jake Arrieta on the mound against CC Sabathia. Our coverage on MASN HD at 6:30 O's Extra. Game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN. There are the numbers. Sabathia had a tough start against Tampa Bay as the opener for the Yankees, and Jake Arrieta against the Twins was outstanding. Get a chance to look at Chris Stewart, who is the new catcher. Stewart coming on, acquired from the San Francisco Giants on the 4th of this month. He's been around with Chicago, Texas, San Diego, San Francisco, and the Yankees.
Yeah, 3rd time he's been in this organization, so well traveled. Francisco Cervelli, the catcher last year, the backup catcher. So we talked about it last night. A little bit of surprise. He's down at their AAA affiliate. So Corey Wade, boy, has he pitched well.
So he got 3 strikeouts and giving up just 1 single. Here's Reynolds. And Mark will take it for a strike. 2 strikeouts, pop out, and a walk for the Orioles' 3rd baseman. Reynolds, Davis, and Andino are due up in the bottom half of the 11th inning.
The error back in the 6th inning. An unearned run. He can certainly atone for that. Except Corey Wade's making it pretty difficult to do. But it gives you different angles. It gives you different speeds. Ball's always moving.
You can just see how much trouble the hitters are having in the way they react to him. They're just kind of flinching and not able to get the bat going. That'll be outside for a ball. 2-ball, 2-strike count.
Well, he very rarely gets over 90, but he looks like, again, athletic, finishes his windup. The extension on his pitches allows it to have late movement, even if it's not overly impressive velocity-wise.
Here's the 2-2 to Reynolds. Strike him out. Play's got to be made. Scored down to first. That's 3 strikeouts in a row, and 4th, and the 4th he's picked up.
And then he pulls the string, and here comes Joe Girardi.
So Girardi is going to make the move. He's had Rapata up in the bullpen, and Rapata is going to come on to do the pitching here with Davis coming to the plate. A former Oriole on for the Yankees.
Well, in the major leagues, lefties have hit 153, and that's why he's in this game. Really did a great job. That's last year with the Orioles. Most of the hits are against right-handed hitting. They wore him out. I mean, I don't even know if that has in the press guide, but it was something like 8 for 10, or maybe it was 10 for 8. I don't know. he didn't get righties out very well, but he just dominated. And one of the reasons the Red Sox lost 5 out of the last 7 games was because of this young man. He is very deceptive. He's tall, and looks like he's throwing right at you if you're left-handed.
Davis will take the pitch inside. He's 1 for 4 in the ball game with the Oriole first baseman. What a job done by Corey Wade. 2 1/3 innings. 1 hit and 4 strikeouts. 1-0 count on Davis. And again stayed inside with him. And Rapada falls behind on the left-hander. 2-0. They struggle to get runs. Yankees have gone 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position in this ball game, and the Orioles have an 0 for going. That one he thought he could drive right there and fouls it back 2-1.
Yeah, the Yankees got shut out on Sunday. They were 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position, losing 3 in a row down in Tampa. 6 for 25. So tough go so far offensively. That's their track record. A little bit different than that.
2-1 up the middle. That's where Jeter's playing. And Davis is retired. 2 down in the 11th. We'll bring up Robert Andino. Andino's had a double and score that came in the 5th inning. A couple of strikeouts and a fielder's choice. Hardy's had a home run. The Orioles have scored on a couple of wild pitches and an error. That's how the other 3 runs were scored. Jeter's had a home run in the ball game in the 1st inning. And the Yankees got the other 3 in the 6th inning. An error contributing to it by Reynolds at third base. It kept the inning alive. That scored one of the runs. RBI sac fly picked up by Andrew Jones while he was in the game, and an RBI single by Brett Gardner that tied it up.
Yeah, this game has gone on so long, you forget how impressive Wei-In Chen was in his major league debut.
1-0 delivery is outside. It was 7 o'clock in Taiwan when the ball game started. They were having breakfast. They're going to rejoin us for lunch shortly. A 2-0 count on Andino. And Rapada floats that one in, and the count goes to 2-1.
Well, he's not a hard thrower, but again, a different arm angle, very deceptive, especially if you're left-handed. What a find he'd be if he would be more effective against right-handed hitters.
Andino's not going to catch up to that one.
Well, and again, in the fastball count, he throws like a slurve, and Robert gets fooled by the change of speeds. And you can see it just sweeps across the strike zone.
And the 2-2 delivery on the way. Foul back. 2-2, 2 down in the 11th. 6th pitcher to be used by the Yankees in the ball game. Orioles have also used 6. Rapada's 2-2 delivery. Andino will hit a towering pop-up first base. That to sure is over and no play.
Nice little grab there. I went to a game this spring. I mean, we're in the 11th inning, but with a friend of mine up to watch the Cardinals and the Tigers play. And the guy I went with, his brother, comes over and he says, yeah, this glove is Ted Kluszewski's. And about 2 innings later, somebody hits a line drive into the seats. He reaches up with Ted Kluszewski glove and catches it. It was unbelievable.
Perfect timing.
It was perfect timing. It was a big, it looked like a catcher's glove, but it was a first baseman's glove. And Ted, for people that are listening,
clue.
Big clue, yeah. I mean, Terry Crowley, the Orioles, I mean, great pinch hitter for us. And he played on a couple of world championships with Sparky Anderson and Cincinnati Reds. He was their hitting instructor. First time Crow said he ever saw anybody use a tee to hit.
Got him. Yep. Oh my gosh. So Rapada gets a strikeout. The Orioles are retired. 1-2-3. We go to the 12th inning. 4-4 ball game. came on and gave up a walk in the 11th inning that was left stranded at second base. And he will be working against Cano, Rodriguez, and Teixeira.
They still around, those guys, those three guys? I got excited. I thought you said second inning, not the 12th.
You got
for a moment.
See, but good things happen when you get to stay together. You get to know one another a little better, and the next thing you know, the long-term relationship's been established.
Well, that's true.
Extra inning ball game.
It's not your first date when you try to take them to a movie, so you never have to even talk.
Yeah. Is that your plan?
Well, it has been. But
Robinson Cano coming up. Cano's had a double single, 2 for 5 in the ball game, 3 for 9 in the series. So far hitting .273 on the season. Strokes delivery to third, off the glove of Reynolds. That's going to allow a double easily here for Cano. As Mark Reynolds tried, almost. And Cano's on with his third hit.
Yeah, he hits a screamer. This is the second double. I mean, just a BB. And a nice effort by Mark Reynolds. I think it's going to be a double either way. He hit it so hard, it probably would have gotten the corner before Indy Chavez could get there.
So the Yankees get the potential go-ahead on with their 11th hit.
Well, let's see how Alex Rodriguez plays it. Is he going to take a shot to right field? There are the numbers.
Oof.
There you go.
That's ugly.
Yep. Well, a lot of good pitching, big strike zone, a lot of really quality pitches.
A-Rod's 0 for 4. He's just trying to get the runner moved up, and he did, Andino.
Well, I'll tell you, situational hitting. Give yourself up. Maybe you'll get lucky, get a base hit, but you certainly put a lot of pressure on the Oriole defense here in the 12th.
He forced himself to hit that ball to the right side of the infield. Now Buck Showalter talking about the infield here, about keeping an eye on the Cano. He's got good speed. The infield will play in. They'll try and cut it off here. If ground ball goes to the infield off Teixeira's bat, he has single scored, 1 for 5.
And Buck Showalter talked about it with the matchup with Chen in his major league debut. There's such a length to this lineup that you really can't walk a guy, set up the double play, do anything like that, because they all can hit. That's going to stay in play.
Oh, nobody there, and a big out lost. Oh. Mark Reynolds, I don't know if he just stopped looking at it and thought it was going in the stands, but the ball was behind him.
Well, it's a windy night, as we've been talking about, and he just doesn't see it. And he's hoping at J.J. Hardy, and again, he just gets the wind swirling. He just misplays it. Looked like he was going to get foul.
Boy, there's a big out not recorded. Teixeira, if ever he had an uppercut, he's got one now. He is trying desperately to get this ball in the air, even though he's got the infield drawn in and has the advantage on a hard hit ground ball.
Well, you have a catcher you're not afraid to bounce the ball with, so you would think maybe a hard slider down and in, maybe get a strikeout, especially when you get the 1 and 2 count.
Strop ready. The delivery is a chopper. It's handled, and the runner was not going, and Andino gets the out. They were not sending Cano on contact, so he had to wait for the ball to go through, and it didn't. And not a particularly easy play for Andino.
No, we've seen a bunch of high choppers. You know, normally a pretty kind of soft field here at Camden Yards. Nice play by Andino. Checks the runner. So, yeah, again, we talked about the length of this lineup. Who do you want to pitch to? You want to pitch to Granderson, or you want to take a shot with the Ibanez?
So the intentional pass will be given to Granderson. Runners will be at first and third for Ibanez, the designated hitter. Pedro Strop, after giving up the leadoff double. Rodriguez moved the runner up on a ground ball. Teixeira on that ground ball out, and now Granderson with the intentional walk. And there is ball 4. And here comes Ibanez. Ibanez came on as a pinch hitter to take over the DH role in the 8th inning and delivered a single. Andrew Jones had started as the DH. He has singled and grounded out. 2 down, 2 on, 4-4, 12th inning. Cano off third base. The lead runner, potential go ahead here. And a swing and a miss by Ibanez.
Yeah, big swing and a miss.
There's Strop getting some.
Well, he's got
experience.
a great arm. I mean, 96. See if you can hit it.
Veteran hitter. Ibanez. They play behind the runner at first. Breaking ball, 1-1.
Very unconventional. Normally you try to read the bat, and when a guy swings and the ball's in the glove, you usually don't come back with a breaking ball, but he does miss low. It's fine if you throw it out of the zone, but if you leave it up in the zone, that bat's going to get a lot quicker.
1-1. 1-2. He got the strike called. Going to the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, his stuff can be electric right here. I mean, 97, 95, right on the outside corner. Speaking of electric, wouldn't mind a heater right at the moment.
And it's gotten cool, hasn't it? Here's the 1-2 delivery. Ibanez lifts it in the air to right field. Marquez back, and not going to get it. And it will go into the seats. It is a ground rule double.
Well, there you go. You speed up the bat. It's an horrendous pitch in my, talked about. It's not second guessing. When a guy's late on your fastball and you throw a slider that's about 13 miles per hour slower, you're going to speed up the bat. And when you leave it in the middle of the plate, watch where this pitch is, it becomes hittable.
So Ibanez delivers the double, driving in Cano. By going into the seats, it actually prevents a second run from scoring, as Granderson will have to stop at third base, and the Yankees have a 5-4 lead on their 12th hit of the ball game and have 2 more in scoring position.
Yeah, big favor to Raul Ibanez. Late on the heater, right on the breaking ball.
Ibanez, the start he's having for the Yankees. That's his 6th run batted in. Now Mariano Rivera will get ready in earnest.
Yeah, 4th time he's been up. And of course they would like to add a couple more runs, make it even easier.
Chris Stewart. The catcher will get his first at bat. Stewart came on after the starting catcher Russell Martin came up for a pinch runner. The Yankees have put both of their catchers in. And Stewart, appearing in just his 2nd game, he's got a couple of at bats, 0 for 2. 2 on, 2 down. And Stewart will take it for a strike. Yankees sent George Condos, a right-hander, over to the Giants in order to get Stewart back as the backup catcher. And those are big runs out there. Get a couple more in the 12th. And he's down on the count, 0-2. Lead-off double by Cano. The intentional pass given to Granderson with 2 down, setting the stage for Ibanez, who came through with the RBI double and struck him out in a hurry. And Pedro Strop will get the strikeout, but the Yankees will get the run. They do it on a couple of hits. They leave 2 on. The Orioles down by 1. lead. They've got it, and here's Rivera.
Isn't he too old to be up at this hour? He's 42.
Yes.
I mean, come on. Marvelous career. I mean, that's last year, and going into his first attempt of the year for a save, which was Tampa Bay, did have a blown save after recording 60 out of the last 61st, including 61, including 27 in a row. So, again, very rarely walks people. You know, he does throw a cutter. He's got a two-seamer that goes the other way. Take a look at his pitch selection last year, 86% cutters, and then he just throws the other one with a two-seam, turns it over a little bit, and runs into the right-handers. Marvelous Hall of Famer, most saves ever, Trevor Hoffman's record. And the Orioles have to try to at least get one to tie, two to win.
Orioles will have the top of the order. Chavez, Hardy, and Markakis coming up. The Orioles had a 4-1 lead until the 6th inning when the Yankees got 3. Neither team able to put anything across until the 12th. And the RBI double by Ibanez to put the Yankees up. Now Mariano Rivera against Endy Chavez, who will take the strike on the inside corner. Rivera's 126th game against the Orioles. "70 saves and 78 chances." Chavez after one, probably up, and the count goes to 0-2.
Well, you could see 89 used to throw maybe 93 to 95. Last year we saw him 91, 92, but the movement, the late movement. If you're left-handed, the ball keeps coming at you.
0-2 delivery. Chavez hacks at it. Clay Rapado, the former Oriole, gets a chance at the moment to be the winning pitcher. And Rivera working on the save here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Chavez, an intentional pass last time up, over 3 officially, also has a sacrifice in the game. 0-2 delivery to him. Here's the 1-2. Chavez will foul that one back. Tough ball game, the kind of games for the Orioles to get that 5-13 record they've had against the Yankees for the last 3 years turned around, that you really need to win. And right now down by 1. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Chavez takes.
Yeah, good take there.
He's faced Rivera only a couple of times, 0 for 2 against him. Outfield shaded around to left and in. Rivera with a 2-2 delivery. The 24,600 plus have dwindled down to a precious few. We've got sufficiently warm weather to stay.
Parkas, blankets, gloves. Well, the Yankees are the better team, and to beat them, you have to play pretty much error-free baseball, which the Orioles didn't do. They still have 3 outs to work with.
2-2 Chavez.
Probably going to get a new bat, yeah. He's got to get a little bit more lumber. That ball right in on the fist. He's got one waiting. Chris Stewart coming out to have a little conversation. Yeah, he throws it and he sights it on the inside part of the plate. It keeps coming at you, so you either miss it or you hit it foul or you hit it off the label. Grab yourself another bat. You're lucky.
9th pitch of this at bat coming. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Chavez takes and he's gone.
And then he hits the outside corner with a backdoor cutter. And that's by design. So in. There's the target. Falls off the plate about 3 inches, but welcome to Tim Wilkie's world. Not even close to being a strike. Can't say anything about it. It's been a strike off and on all night long. And he earned it.
So 1 down. Here's J.J. Hardy. And Hardy will take the strike. Hardy's 0 for 4 off Rivera. Hardy, a long time ago, had a home run first inning, his second of the year. 1 for 5 in the ball game. Rivera with the 0-1 delivery. And gets ahead on the count 0-2.
Well, the amazing thing to me about Mariano Rivera is all these years, started as a setup man for John Wetland the first year the Yankees won the World Series back in '96. The wind up and everything's just about the same.
And did it go? No.
Was it a strike? On the plate was Diaz. He's looking at how far the bat traveled and probably didn't go far enough.
So Rivera with a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Hardy. Outfield shaded to right on him. And he'll pop the ball up that way. Going back is Cano. And he's got it. 2 down in the 12th. So the former Oriole, Clay Rapata, who came on and got Davis on a ground ball out and struck out Andino. 1 out away from being a winner here. It would be his first decision of the season. And Rivera with a chance to pick up his first save. Pedro Strop, who worked a couple of innings, gave up a run on 2 hits. Could be the loser here. Nick Markakis will take it for a strike. Markakis 6 for 17 off Rivera. 2 down, nobody on in the 12th.
Well, there it is again.
Off.
So another bat. That's 2 broken bats in 1 inning. Chavez and now Markakis. Again, it's movement.
Here's the 0-2 delivery. Nick will take it up high, 1-2. 5-4 lead for the Yankees, who have out-hit the Orioles. Doubling up, 12-6 in this one. The Yankees have left 12 on. The Orioles have left 8 on base. The Yankees looking to take 2 out of 2. Here's the 1-2 delivery. Teixeira started to the dugout. He'll go back to first base. He took about 6 steps.
Well, it's been a wide plate, but it's not that wide.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Nick Markakis with a 2-2, and that's it. So Rivera comes on and does his thing. Couple of called third strikes. 3 up, 3 down in the 12th inning, and the Yankees have taken it by a score of 5-4. 5-12-1 for the Yankees. 4-6-1 for the Orioles. Join us again tomorrow. The Orioles will try and avoid the sweep now in Game 3. Jake Arrieta will be on the mound against CC Sabathia. Our coverage begins at 6:30 on MASN HD with O's Extra, presented by Jeep, followed by our game coverage at 7. For Jim Palmer and all of our great crew here at Camden Yards, I'm Gary Thorne. The final again. This one took 12 innings. The Yankees 5 and the Orioles 4. This has been a MASN presentation. Coming up, O's Extra. Adieu.